battles, axes high, shields strong. From distant lands we gather, hearts of fire all along. Oh, big Nik, cause we follow through the storm and through the fight. For Valhalla we will borrow strength and might under moonlight. Warriors of the ancient sea, songs of glory dark and bold. In the night, our spirits free, legends born, tales unfold. Oh, big Nik, cause we follow through the storm and through the fight. For Valhalla we will borrow strength and might under moonlight.
Hey, old folks! It's not Friday, it is Saturday, and I am currently preparing a bit for. I'm going to the United States in September. It's 2 months and a week. 2 months and a week, and I'll be whoosh on a plane over to Utah. So, time to get prepared. Time to get prepared. Yes, it's Sunday where you are, but it's Saturday in most of the civilized world. Welcome, folks, to this slightly buzzed Saturday law show. Today, if we have the time for everything, going to go through some of the really, really bad legal takes on the Karen Read case on X. And oh boy, they're stupid out there. But for you who have seen me throughout the week, you know I've been covering the Georgia versus Mosley trial in Fulton County, who is surprisingly enough a very, very clean trial. And then, something I haven't covered yet, the defendant took the stand in his own defense. I haven't watched that yet. But from the few messages I got about it, it got really, really interesting. So, yeah, that is what we will start with. Georgia versus Mosley. It is a homicide case. He is charged with he's charged with murder, felony murder. He is charged with using gun while being a felon. Aggravate. They threw the book at him, and surprisingly enough, even though it is Fulton County, it's justified. All of it tells me it was a clean trial. Well, except as clean as it can be when the defense attorney in their opening statement says, "Well, my client is a convicted felon, but so is Donald Trump." Yeah, that made me speechless for a few seconds. I have that on both as a short and as a 5-minute video or you can see my reaction on that. And yeah, it was interesting. It was really interesting, because if you, as a defense attorney, say, "Hey, what about Donald Trump?" Yeah, you really don't have much, do you? Oh, it was funny. But I have that as short and as a video, because the defense opening statement was 5 minutes long. But we are here because of this. And I'm actually looking forward to this, because as I heard, the defendant took the stand and we got to hear unexpected things. Now, I'm going to play this in 1.25 speed. Yeah, let's go. Before I forget it, slightly bust Friday Law Show means for every $50 in gifted memberships, in super chats, or via PayPal, or buy me a coffee, gets you a spin on the Wheel of Regrets. So that the Wheel of Regrets is in play. It is in play. But let's start.
Everyone else can be seated. Jurors, thank you for your patience. Well, we had a longer than expected lunch break. The lawyers and I have been talking about a few things since I returned, and I'm going to now ask Ms. Wood to, I guess, state the obvious. Are you calling any witnesses?
Yes, Judge.
All right. It looks like you're calling Mr. Mosley.
That's correct.
All right. Deputy Gordon, if you would swear Mr. Mosley in, please.
You swear hard that testimony will give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth of God.
I do.
Say his name, please.
Xavier Mosley. It's XAVIER MOSLEY.
Good afternoon, Xavier.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell the jury how old you are?
Yes, I am 36 years old.
Are
How far did you go in high
sure?
school?
In high school, I made it to the 11th grade.
All right. So according to the court documents, he's 38. All right. Here we go.
And where did you grow up?
I grew up in Atlanta, Georgia,
What part of town? Part of Atlanta?
but mainly the west side. But then I moved to the south side around my late teens.
I'm going to direct your attention to 2012. How old were you in 2012?
2012, I was like 24.
What was your life like back then?
It was,
Objective relevance.
I'm
Ms.
going
Wood?
to the judge.
Okay. So let's stay at the surface level, at least initially, before you dive deep in anything in particular. You also got some documents. Are they things that the state has, or those are in fact the state's documents?
Exhibits.
Got it.
State's Exhibit 1, State's.
Okay. And you were asking about 2014.
2012 first.
Okay. All good.
Can I proceed?
For now.
All right. What happened in 2012?
2012, I was working. I was a hard worker. From age 16 to 24, had mainly kept a job. I worked numerous jobs, but at the end of 2012, I kind of lost my job and things got rocky in my life. Started falling behind on bills, started falling behind on rent, and made some decisions that led me to do prison time.
Was that when you went to prison? What year was that?
That's 2012. November 18th, 2012 to be exact.
When did you get released from prison?
I got released November 17th, 2022.
Were you able to find a job right away?
Not right away. It took months to find a job. Found part-time jobs here and there. Did temp agencies, went to temp agencies, found jobs here and there, but it was nothing permanent. I was able to land a permanent job probably like 15 months after I've been released.
Is that when you started working at the chicken plant at TikTok?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about your job at Tip-Top?
Well, it's a sanitation job. I worked in the sanitation department at Tip Top. That means after they do all the killing of the chickens and everything, I come in afterwards and we sanitize the facility, clean it, drain all the
Hi,
blood,
Monica.
clean all the chicken
The
heads and chicken feet
defendant
up, everything
allegedly has some
that they discarded that they
mental
don't sell,
issues.
and kind of prepare the facility for usage for the next day, so they can start over and do the same thing the next day.
And what shift did you work at Tip-Top?
I work the third shift, 10:30 to 6 a.m., 10:30 p.m. to 6 a.m.
Where were you living at the time that you worked at Tip-Top?
I was living in Atlanta, Georgia, the same house I stayed in for the past 20 years, since 2005.
How did you get to and from Tip-Top?
The MARTA.
Can you tell the jury, did you also have to use another form of public transportation to actually get to the plant?
Well, yes, I had to leave the house like 7:20 and to get to work at 10:30 p.m. So I used MARTA, then transferred from MARTA transit unit to the CCT. I think that's what they call it, CCT, Cobb County Transit. So it's like two different transportation units. I transferred to one, then walked like 27 minutes from the bus stop to the chicken plant.
How many days a week did you work?
6.
You work with DeMarco Mathis.
Yes, I did work with DeMarco Mathis, but we worked at different parts of the factory. We both worked sanitation department, but he was in the department where he drove the forklift around. He had a totally different outfit, uniform than the one I'm accustomed to wearing.
Did you and DeMarco work the same shift?
Yes, we did.
Did you and DeMarco often ride the same bus to get to work?
We occasionally caught the same bus.
Did you know DeMarco before August 11th, 2024?
Yes, I did.
You have any issues with DeMarco prior to August 11th, 2024?
No, I did not.
All right, so August 11th, so while we're all here today, can you tell us a little bit about your day that day?
Well, that day, I remember waking up that morning around 10:30. I walked up, I ate breakfast. I walked like a block from my house to my church called Free Gospel. I walked to church, enjoyed the church service, came home. After I came home, I kind of rested up a little bit more, cleaned up the house. Then I eventually got everything prepared to go to work that evening. So
Stop you right there. You said go to work that evening. About what time did you have to leave your house to get to work on time?
I had to leave like 7:30, 7:20, 7:30 around that time.
Sorry, I'm gonna have to go ahead.
Okay. After preparing all my things to go to work, I put a change of clothes in my bag, packed my lunch in my bag, and got ready to get on the bus.
Did you forget something, Mr. Mosley? You took the gun with you.
Walked to the bus stop, which is a block away from my house, and waited on the bus. Caught the bus.
Even though this is Fulton County, and usually I am very pro-defense, I'm very much looking forward to the cross-examination. Yeah. And for you who don't know, I got contacted by a family member of the victim. And now, not much detail, but in my first stream about this trial, I went overboard with the speculation on why this might have happened, and I got corrected. So on the second stream, I apologized to the family and they accepted. Again, this is something we have to remind ourselves about once in a while, that when we stream trials, sometimes the family of the victims drop by, and we do need, when it's called for, we have to be respectful. Although this mostly is for educational and sometimes entertainment purposes, we cannot forget that there are families involved in this. So again, the Mathis family, my apologies. I hope that you return to the stream and find that the rest of my coverage of this trial is respectful of your family member.
Bus to the house. I caught the bus from the house to East Point train station, and caught the train to Art Center station. From Art Center station, I was waiting on the bus, and then as I got to the station, you guys seen the video where.
I'm sorry, right there. We'll get into that, okay?
Okay.
Do you remember what time you arrived at the MARTA, the Art Center station?
It was like 8:26, 8:27.
And who did you encounter when you were waiting for the next leg of your trip?
Mr. DeMarco Mathis.
What happened then?
Well, he sat next to me at the bus stop, and then we engaged in conversation. I kind of first he asked could he had a short end of my cigarette that I was smoking. I smoke 2 packs of cigarettes a day, so I have cigarettes, and that's one of the reasons we mainly got. That's mainly our interactions, because we really don't talk to each other. But he might need a cigarette some days, and he know I have cigarettes, so I might pass him a cigarette freely without question, just to give him a cigarette, because he's a cool guy. We don't have problems, we don't have issues, and that's just one of the reasons we was able to talk. One of the reasons we was able to connect and relate. So he kind of asked for a cigarette. I indulged, gave him one. Previously, before that, I introduced my business, what I started, to our staff, my staff at the Tip Top Poultry, which is, I started a business called Miracle Made Mentors while incarcerated, trying to help.
I don't want to interrupt you, but can you say that one more time? Miracle Made
Mentors.
What is Miracle Made Mentors?
It's like a nonprofit organization that helps educate and unite and uplift my people for the struggle we're going through. I created a program to try to help inspire Black people, young Black men, to start their own business instead of being workers and laborers their whole life. So I try to influence people the best I can and try to encourage them to do better.
And so you were telling DeMarco about this program?
Yes, I was. And that's one of the reasons I had my Besta shirt on, because that day it's like that whole week I was fully focused on my business. I did extra, I cashed in on my vacation hours just so I can invest some money that week, just invest in more money just so I can create more benefits for myself and live a better lifestyle, because I didn't want to be a worker my whole life. I didn't want to work every day of my life like I was doing. Just coming out of prison, I don't like this being under somebody authority, and they tell
this business that he claims to be an investor of, it's a pyramid scheme.
telling me what to do left and right, day and night. So I want to start my own business, and that's where my investor business come from. But back to me and DeMarco talking. I was introducing my business to him, just talking about my business to him, telling him how I planned on coming to the job with a nice lump sum of money after I saved up, just to help recruit for my business. I was going to show them that my business was profitable and I got proof that I'm making money doing my business. So it'll be a better influence for them to join in and try to see what I got going on. So
It's a
it'll make them
pyramid.
interested, and I can build my business brand up.
I just want to make sure I understand correctly. Is it fair to say you were telling Mr. Mathis about Miracle Made Mentors and your investment plans, and that you wanted to show other people at TikTok about it? Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Sorry for that thing. So what happened next? What did DeMarco say to you?
So he kind of started leaning towards the wrongs. Like, what if this happened? What if that happened? He asked me, what if, he said, he informed me that I'm not like that job. So he's like, man, you know they don't like you. What if they try to rob you? I got a like a no nonsense kind of demeanor, and I don't take kindly to threats. So I told him I'm not worried about that because I know how to handle myself in situations if that occurred. I just did 10 years in prison without getting robbed many times. So I'm not easily intimidated, kind of, if that's safe to say. So I was telling him about that, and we went on to talk about other things like what if some of the guys didn't like me, that don't like me, try to assault me and take my money. He asked, did I have the $10,000 saved up in my
Stop
money?
for a sec. I'm sorry, hold on one second.
Object to hearsay?
To what Mr. Mathis is saying?
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Wood?
Judge, I'm trying to get his reaction to what was said, and then that's what we're headed towards.
Got it. So, Mr. Mosley, focus more on what you said than what Mr. Mathis said, but there may come a point where Ms. Wood asks you to say specifically, what did Mr. Mathis say? Then that'll give the state an opportunity to object if they think it's objectionable. But for now, I need you to stick to talking about what you said.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes. Well, you got any questions?
Oh, sorry. At this point in the conversation, you guys have been, how long have you been sitting on the bench at the train station at this point?
Probably about 15 minutes.
Did he show you anything?
Yes, he kind of, in the middle of him asking questions, he kind of flashed the object in his book bag after he addressed that. After he addressed that I might get robbed at the job if I bring that amount of money to the job. He kind of flashed the object like, man, you need one of these to keep yourself safe.
Mr. Mathis has a clean record. He's never been involved in any criminality. So Mr. Mathis packing heat. Well, he has. Well, I assume this will be addressed in cross-examinations, but Mr. Mathis really has no record whatsoever.
I didn't see the object as good. So I asked, what was that? He out of his mouth verbally said, it's a gun.
Your Honor. Hearsay.
I'm gonna have a different question, Judge, we'll do this out of this.
Okay.
What did you think you saw?
I really didn't know what I saw because it was unrecognizable at the time.
What happened next?
So his defense is that this other person who he is trying to recruit into a pyramid scheme all of a sudden shows a gun. So that is his defense. Not at all that he is a criminal with violent crimes on his record already, including weapons. He tried to recruit somebody to a pyramid scheme who I would assume laughed in his face and he got mad.
Well, the conversation kind of faded out. We kind of took a little brief break in the conversation, and we kind of moved off topic and started talking about. After that, we started talking about things that might occur and could occur. I'm trying not to say everything he said because they said don't say what he said, but
How are you feeling at this moment after this discussion that you were a part of?
I'm really cautious and on edge
Why is that?
because it's a known fact that around the people that I hang around at the job that it's a bounty on my life already for like $50,000.
There's a 50,000 bounty on your life? You're an ex-con doing a pyramid scheme. No, Mr. Mosley. No. Oh, this is so stupid. Oh God, this is so stupid.
And they say it as a joke, but I don't think it's a joke at all.
Now I understand why his defense attorney never asked any questions to his co-workers who testified, or boss who testified, or CEO who testified. Because, I mean, this is laughable. So she waited until he took the stand so he could say, oh, there's a 50,000 bounty on my life. They say it as a joke, but he doesn't think it's a joke at all. Kid, you're not even worth $5.
Yeah.
Should I say what? Because the conversation it started again by him asking me questions. So should I say what he said again?
So questions aren't hearsay. You can talk about questions he asked you. If he is making statements, that's what we need to stay away from. But if he said, hey, how's your leg feel? What's the weather like? You can tell the jury questions he asked you.
Okay. Well, after he showed me the object and we moved on in the conversation, he asked me, have I been shot before? This after he showed me the object. So I was telling him, yeah, I've been shot 5 times before. So I'm really cautious about being around people with guns. So, but it's not that I get scared around them, but I be aware. I be more aware than I am because I know now that I got to watch this person more or closer. Does that make sense?
What did you think that object was?
Objection calls for speculation. He said he didn't know what it was.
Next question.
What happened next, Xavier?
After I told him I've been shot, he didn't ask me what would I do if he shoot me. I'm like, man, how my body feel? I probably die right now if I get shot again. So I'm cautious and I'm on edge now because now he's making insinuating remarks like he'll cause harm to me. And
How'd that make you feel?
Jesus
made me
Christ,
feel
stupid.
uneasy.
For fuck's sake.
Well, what happened?
Conversation went on.
Pink Slime says, it's a joke, no one will pay that. If their prosecution of the crime or an indication, the going rate for a hitman is usually around 5 to 10K. Yeah, and that is for a valuable target. And I don't think, I mean, okay, in Atlanta, if you want somebody shot, you pay $100 to a crackhead. And so no, Mr. Mosley. You're not worth 50 grand. You're not worth 5 to 10 grand. You run a pyramid scheme. You probably got laughed in the face, and you got mad. Oh, and by the way, the money he talked about, he was going to bring cash because, look how successful I am. When they went through his house, or the house he lived in, there was no money there. He's a bum. Making it harder for other ex-cons to get a job. Probably.
I think we kind of took a break in the conversation, and Mr. Mathis started kind of talking to himself under his breath, but making like remarks like they might be directed towards me. But he wasn't saying them, he was saying them loud enough for me to hear, but he wasn't directing them at me like he wanted me to take offense to it type.
And how were you feeling at that moment?
Uncertain. I really didn't know what to think, because the remarks he was making, they kind of didn't make sense, but they kind of
Are you having trouble making shit up now, Mr. Mosley? Are you having problems making shit up?
kind of was believable. He was saying things like,
Objection, Your Honor. Also hearsay.
So let's not go into what he said, again, unless the question is teed up specifically. So let's move on, Ms. Wood.
Judge. Xavier, I'm gonna fast forward. Did you want to shoot DeMarco Mathis?
no,
Why did you shoot him?
I shot Mr. Mathis because he was threatening to shoot me, and he was threatening to collect a bounty on my life and take my life away from me.
Oh, family of Mr. Mathis. I'm sorry for laughing, but this is just so ridiculous. His claims here are so insanely ridiculous, and I'm sorry that you had to endure this. Now, this is the right of a defendant to take the stand in his own defense, and it seems like he had the ending of a story. Oh, it wasn't my gun. I shot him because he threatened me. The rest, he had to make up on the spot on the stand. Oh. I bet McBurney's chat lost it. I would assume they did. Oh, we can actually check. Top chat replay? No? Oh.
I felt nervous, and I was in fear for my life.
Did you mean to kill him?
Of course not. No.
Why did you run?
Because after I shot him, I was scared. I'm a black man with a gun who's not supposed to have a gun. I just shot a guy, and I didn't want to go back to prison.
Why were you hiding in the attic?
Well, I had been in the attic for 2 days because, for one, I was thinking more guys was going to come and try to take my life from me after they hear what happened. And I was contemplating suicide.
Did you fight with the cops when they came to your house?
No, I did not.
Were you cooperative with the cops?
Yes, I was.
You hid in the attic where they more or less had to drag you down from.
Last question, Xavier.
Did you?
Why do you carry a gun even though you're not
Over
supposed to have
here.
one?
Right over here.
Because when I got out of prison, when I was released from prison on multiple different occasions, I was approached by guys with guns, and they kind of really put guns to my head, threatening my life, threatening to accept the bounty for my life, like a $50,000 hit on my life, and
No, they didn't.
they wanted it. Some was scared to take it.
If anybody put a, if you scammed the people you robbed with, I can understand why they are, but no, just no. This is so stupid.
But some wanted my life. They wanted me dead.
Very good for protection.
Right.
No further questions, sir.
What? All right.
Mr. Bunny?
Oh, and cross-examination. Cross-examination. Oh, make this. Oh, I'm looking forward to this. Come on.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mosley.
Good afternoon.
During any questions that I ask you, if you don't understand, just let me know, okay? If there's a question that I'm not making sense or you can't make sense of what I'm asking, tell me, okay?
All right, I will.
All right. Now, let's start with something I think we can agree. We can agree. You agree, Mr. Mosley, this is your book bag, right?
It is.
Okay. And you agree, state that 149 is the gun you used to shoot DeMarco Mathis.
Yes, it is.
That was the gun that you were carrying all day, throughout the day on August 11th, 2024, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you would agree and stick unit 140, these are the shoes that you had on August 11th when you shot DeMarco Mathis, correct?
Yes.
And we can agree that when you stated that at 200, this is the shirt that you were seen wearing on August 11th of 2024, correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And you can agree that this was the Falcons cap that you had on in all the videos, and the video where you shot Marco Mathis, correct?
Yes, it is.
Correct. And then we can agree that when it states exhibit 150, this is the plaid shirt that you were seeing either August 5th or August 9th at the East Point Mark Station when you used the grease card that was collected when you were arrested on August 14th, correct?
That's correct.
All right. So we can agree that, and I want to show you States Exhibits 44 through 56. You'll just flip through those still shots. Okay, would you agree that in States Exhibits 44 through States Exhibit 56, those still shots are all pictures of you, correct?
That's correct.
And some of those still shots are from the day that you shot and killed DeMarco Mathis, correct?
That's correct.
And other of those still shots are pictures of you at the East Point Market Station. They're on August 5th, August 9th, or August 10th, correct?
Yes.
And lastly, some of those still shots are pictures of you either on a bus or a MARTA train, also on August 11th, the day that you killed DeMarco Mathis, correct?
Yes.
All right. And can we agree that the firearm State Exhibit 149, that is the same firearm that you took up into the attic when you were hiding from the police, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And how long did you have that firearm?
I'd say probably 8 months.
Okay. And where'd you?
So, you didn't take a gun from Mr. Mathis. There was no gun at the scene belonging to Mr. Mathis. Did Mr. Mathis perform a magic trick while you were shooting him? You asshole.
Get it?
off the street.
Okay, and we can agree that by law, it's illegal for you to possess, own, carry, be an armed breach of a firearm, correct?
Yes,
And despite that, you still chose to carry a firearm, sounds like on your person at all times, correct?
yes,
Okay, and it's illegal for you to carry a firearm because you're a convicted felon, correct?
yes,
Okay, and you were convicted of committing an armed robbery and an aggravated battery and possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony from October of 2012, correct?
yes,
And you were also, and that's in case number 12 SC 115756 out of the Fulton County Superior Court. So where we are here today, correct?
yes. I'm not sure about the numbers, but yes,
Okay. Well, I'll have you look at, you would agree the things of one, the copy of the certified conviction for your armed robbery from October of 2012, correct?
right.
And can we also agree that you have a second felony conviction in case number 13 SC 118174 out of Fulton County for on November 18th of 2012, attempting to commit, we're charged with committing 2 armed robberies and, 3 criminal attempts to commit armed robberies and carrying a firearm during the commission of those felonies, correct?
Yes,
Okay, and you were convicted of both of those counts, and for both of these convictions, you agree that they could choose with a certified conviction of your second felony convictions involving criminal attempt to commit armed robbery.
yes,
Okay. And you said on direct, you went to prison for those offenses for, you said 10 years?
that's correct.
Okay. And you said, I believe you were released at November 17th of 2022, correct?
That's correct.
And when you were released in November of 2022, you knew that it was illegal for you to ever carry a firearm again, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And you said on direct, I think, talking about working under people, you didn't like authority. Do you remember saying that?
I do.
And the authorities had told you you were not allowed to carry a firearm, but you chose to do so anyways, correct?
Yes,
Knowing that you were breaking the law every time that you were in arm's reach of a firearm.
yes. The authority is not there to protect me, sir.
Okay, but you would agree that the law is the law, correct?
Yes,
And a law is something you have to follow, correct?
yes,
The law is something I have to follow, correct?
yes,
The law is something that these jurors have to follow, correct?
yes,
And if you don't, there's consequences for violating the law. Can we agree on that?
Yep.
And so you said you got that gun approximately 8 months from the day you killed DeMarco Mathis?
yes,
Okay. Now, you heard the testimony, or do you know, you saw Officer Williams testify, correct?
correct.
And he was your felony community supervisor, correct?
For the record, 8 months. Let's see. The murder was August of last year, so we got it around Christmas of 2023. Well, that's what it says. So, at the very best, he was out of prison for 14 months before he got a gun again. I would assume he walked out of the prison gates, met with the probation officer, and then went out to get himself a gun.
Correct?
Yes.
And he told you you weren't allowed to have a gun, correct?
He did.
And you were to check in with him and, make sure that you were doing the parts related to whatever program you had been asked to complete as a part of your release from prison, correct?
Yes,
And carrying a firearm is a violation of all of the rules and tenets of your felony supervision, correct?
yes.
And yet you still carried one.
First law is self-preservation.
Excuse me?
First law is self-preservation. I got to save myself before I consider any other thing.
Okay. But wouldn't you agree that part of saving yourself is staying out of prison?
I would agree that saving myself is part of staying alive.
Okay. And would you agree that part of saving yourself is staying out of situations where you have to save your life?
How can you do that?
But I get to ask the question, just gotta answer them.
Let's ask a different question.
Now, you talked about, I think on direct, your business that you either were starting or getting started, in the investment business, correct?
Yes.
And you said, it sounded like the tenets of that business, was a, form of mentorship, for younger, men.
Yes.
And, you would agree that a mentor is somebody who, somebody can look up to, correct?
That's right.
Who they can go to get the,
It was a
Right answers.
pyramid scheme.
That's right.
who they can go to set a good example, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree that after getting out of prison and breaking the law by carrying a firearm is not setting a good example, correct?
Yes.
Now, we heard and we saw during last couple of days that not only did you carry the firearm, but you had an extended magazine or magazines that went with your firearm, correct?
That's right.
And an extended magazine is something that allows you to carry more bullets or ammunition when or inside or with your firearm, correct?
That's right.
This is not as fiery of a cross-examination as I had hoped for, but it is adequate.
All right. Now, let's talk about August 11th, 2024. You said, it sounded as if on direct that it was what I would characterize as a normal day, right?
Yes.
Breakfast, you went to church, you rested, you cleaned the house, right?
Yes.
And then you got ready as you did every Sunday through Friday from 10:30 p.m. to 6 a.m. to go to work, correct?
Well, I got ready from 7:30.
Okay. So that was a bad question. So you got ready to go to work and you left at approximately 7:30, correct?
Yes.
Like you did every Sunday through Friday when you were going to work your shift at Tip Top Poultry from 10:30 p.m. to 6 a.m., correct?
That's correct.
And you took the normal route that you typically take from your house to get to the Art Center station, correct?
That's right.
And that's the route that we saw you take through
Hi,
the video
Teresa.
surveillance from
Hi,
the bus
Siobhan.
that you picked up either on McWilliams or Harper Street, correct?
Right.
And then you rode that bus to the East Point MARTA station, correct?
That's correct.
And then from the East Point MARTA station, you got on a northbound train 223, to head to the Art Center station, correct?
Yes.
And once you arrived at the Art Center station, you went and waited in the bus loop, correct?
That's right.
And in all of that time, the public bus, public train, and all of the public stations, you were illegally carrying that firearm, right?
Yes.
And you sat down on that bench with DeMarco Mathis, correct?
He sat down with me. I was
Okay.
there first.
Y'all were seated at the bench together, whether you got there first or he got there first, for approximately 30 minutes, right?
Yes.
And he didn't know you were armed, correct?
No.
Okay. And where did you carry your gun?
My pocket.
Okay, in your pants pocket?
Yes.
Okay. And you told this jury today that y'all got along, correct?
Yes.
And you've never had a problem with him, right?
That's right.
And I think you said he's a cool guy, no issues. You're able to hang out, connect, and relate, I guess because you both like to smoke cigarettes?
Yes.
Okay. And that day was when you saw Mr. Mathis at in the bus loop of the Art Center transit station, was no different than any other day that you'd see him, both of you going to work, right?
Yes, it was different. That was the first time we ever sat beside each other and talked for a long period of time.
Okay, so it's your testimony that on this day, August 11th, the day that you shot Mr. Mathis, was the first time you guys had sat together.
Yes.
Okay, and you would agree, and as you told us earlier, when he sat down, it was no big deal. You had no issues, correct?
Right.
And you continue to have no issues, right? As you continue to talk in the beginning, right?
It turned into an issue
Okay. How did it turn into an issue?
because he started getting aggressive and threatening.
He started getting aggressive.
Yes.
How did he start getting aggressive?
He started pointing device at me that he said was a gun.
Hold on here. You said he opened his book bag. There was no what? problem keeping your story together, Mr. Mosley? Well, that, Mr. Mosley, is what happens when you lie, when you make shit up. Then you have trouble remembering what you said, even if it's just minutes earlier. You have problems remembering what you lied about. And you, Mr. Mosley, you are not a smart person. Not by a long shot. Excuse the pun. You're just a liar. Mr. Mathis probably just laughed at you and said he wasn't interested in your scheme and your pyramid scheme and laughed at you. And you got angry. And you shot him. Maybe. Sadly, there's no sound to the surveillance video, but we know that you sat down, talked for a bit, and then you decided to kill him.
But now he said it was a gun.
He told me he had a gun. Yes.
Okay. So it's your testimony here today that Mr. Mathis, while y'all were seated at the bench, told you he was carrying a firearm.
That's correct.
And I believe your testimony on direct was he opened his bag and flashed something at you, right?
Yes.
But you didn't see what it was.
No.
And Ms. Woods asked you a series of questions about how you were feeling. You remember that?
Yes.
Said you were uneasy, right?
Right.
Feeling uncomfortable, right?
Yes.
But you kept talking to Mr. Mathis, right?
Yes.
And you would agree prior to that day, you had never had any sort of issue with Mr. Mathis.
Right.
And you had been working the same shift, the same company since March 3rd of that year, correct?
That's correct.
So March, April, May, June, July, August, so roughly 6 months, you had no issue with Mr. Mathis, right?
Right.
And just on this day, out of nowhere, it's your testimony that Mr. Mathis sat down and flashed something that you couldn't see, but told you it was a gun, right? That's your testimony.
That's correct.
Okay. And you told us, Wood, again, that you felt uneasy, didn't feel good, right? Yes or yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. And you would agree that you weren't chained to the bench, right?
Right.
You weren't tied to it.
That's correct.
Nobody was holding you down, right?
Right.
No one was forcing you to sit there.
Right.
You remained seated there, though, right?
I did.
Despite what you're telling us here today for the first time about you feeling uneasy and Mr. Mathis saying you allegedly had a gun, right?
Yes.
Okay. A gun you never saw, right?
Right.
Okay. And at any point during that conversation, you could have got up and walked away, right?
Go where?
My question is, at any point during that conversation, you could have got up and walked away, yes or no?
Yes.
But you didn't.
Right.
Even though you were feeling uneasy, right?
Yes.
And you were feeling threatened, right?
Right.
But you stayed there.
That's correct.
Tell me how that makes sense.
Kind of like right now, I'm in the same situation.
What?
You're saying right now you're in the same situation that you were on August 11th of 2024.
Kind of. The feelings kind of mutual.
Right?
I don't want to be here. I'm getting questioned and interrogated by you, and I haven't had any prior relationship with you that seemed threatening or made me feel uneasy.
So is it your testimony that at this moment you believe I threatened you?
I believe you on the side that's trying to take my life away from me.
My question was, at any point during this time you and I have been having this conversation, have I threatened you in any way?
No,
Have I shown you a gun or pointed a gun at you?
of course not.
That's the only gun that I've shown you, the one you used to kill DeMarco Mathis on August 11th of 2024.
Yes.
But yet you feel threatened by me here today,
Yes.
just for me asking you questions about what you did on August 11th of 2024.
It was not about the questions you asked him, about what you are trying to do.
Okay. Hold you accountable?
Yes. Yes.
And you believe that every person has to be held accountable for the actions that they take, correct?
Yes. And I take full responsibility for my actions.
You take full responsibility for shooting an unarmed man, correct?
He wasn't unarmed at the time I shot him. He made me believe that he was armed.
You would agree that the evidence has been that Mr. Mathis didn't have a gun, correct?
I know that now, but at the time, he made me believe he had one.
Okay.
You lying son of a bitch.
You would agree that you have to be held accountable for shooting Mr. Mathis as he sat there on the bench, correct?
Yes.
And at the time that you shot Mr. Mathis, he wasn't attacking you, right?
Yes, he was.
You shot Mr. Mathis.
We saw the surveillance video. He sat there. You got up. You shot him. There was nothing on any surveillance video that he approached you, that he leaned over. He just sat there while you shot him.
Did he lay any hand on you?
I didn't lay a hand on him.
Like a bullet? He laid multiple bullets in his body, correct?
That's because he was aiming the object at me, making me think that he would put multiple bullets in my body.
My question to you was, at that point, that Mr. Mathis physically touched you,
He did not.
and you would agree that it's convenient that you sit here today and say that Mr. Mathis threatened you, knowing that there's no sounds to the video, correct?
I know that now.
You know that now, right?
Yes.
You didn't know that then, right?
No. I thought everything at the train station was being recorded.
You thought everything at the train station was being recorded?
Yes.
But yet, so you thought everything at the train station was being recorded. Why didn't you call for help?
Because the threat was immediately right then and there.
And you fled the scene, right?
Yes.
But yet you knew everything was being recorded?
Yes.
So why'd you flee the scene if you knew every action that you were doing was being recorded? Help me make sense of that.
My intention was not to kill Mr. Mathis, and it was only to defuse the situation and disarm him. I wasn't aware that he wasn't going to be able to get up and follow me and pursue me.
And so it's your testimony that when you shot Mr. Mathis, you believed he was.
He shot him more or less point blank in the chest. And then another bullet as Mr. Mathis was more or less falling over that hit him in his elbow. You shot him, and I believe he fired 3 rounds, 1 in the chest, which made him fall back. Fired again and again, and then he fled.
Want to harm you in some kind of way, right?
Yes.
And you felt that way even after you shot him, right? Is that what your testimony is?
Yes.
But yet, after you shot him, you didn't immediately run, did you?
Yes.
So after you shot him, you took the time to go back and get your bag from the bench, did you?
My bag was nowhere except a step away.
Step away, but a step closer back to Mr. Mathis, correct?
No, a step away from him. He was further away.
You were so afraid that Mr. Mathis was going to hurt you, you still took the time to grab your book bag?
Mr. Mathis was on the ground by the time I grabbed my book bag.
My question is even though you just said that you were afraid after you shot Mr. Mathis, he was still going to harm you in some way, yet you still went back and got your book bag, correct?
I did.
But you had not seen a gun at any point, correct?
Thought I seen a gun. I thought the object he was waving at me was a gun.
So now it's your testimony that during the time you and Mr. Mathis sat on that bench, he waved a gun at you?
Mr. Mathis pulled out the object from his bag and began to conceal it with a phone. He covered it up and made me think that he had a gun.
Show me with your bag. How do you do it?
They do what?
How do you do it? Tell me how he showed you the gun, how he pulled it out. Show me.
I wasn't watching when he pulled it out. By the time I turned my attention back to him, he had his cell phone in his right hand and he had an object in his left hand and he was covering it up like this, aiming it like this at me, pointing, saying what he would do. He would shoot me and kill me.
Now
This made me in fear for my life.
So now it's your testimony that Mr. Mathis pulled the gun from his bag, obscured it, blocked it with his phone, and pointed it at you, and then threatened you with it?
That's correct.
Okay. And at what point during this 31-minute conversation did that happen on video?
Like seconds before he got shot.
Seconds before you got shot.
Yes.
Okay.
There's
And
nothing,
so when this was seconds
nothing
before
on that
shot
surveillance
him.
video showing
It's your
Mr.
testimony that the gun
Mathis
was in his
doing
hand
anything.
with a phone over it, correct?
Correct.
got a certificate stand up, could you show the jurors where, Mr. Mathis had this gun on his side, with the phone obscuring it or covering it?
Hold on one sec. Are you okay if he just does it while he's seated?
Sure.
Okay, so you're there, you can keep your hands up. Why don't you stay seated? And, I don't know if you want to give, I don't have a phone he can borrow, as a demonstrative aid.
He had the phone in his right hand. He had an object in his left hand.
Let's let my phone be an actual phone, and let's let Mr. Rao's phone be this alleged gun, okay?
Okay.
Now show the jurors how Mr. Mathis had his gun and his phone obscuring.
He had it like this, covered up. He was aiming it like this at me.
Right, so hold it up high. I know he was holding it low and you were there, but that way the jurors can see it. So hold it up a little higher so they can see what you're doing.
See what I'm doing? He had the phone like this. He had the object in his hand, waving it at me, saying, "I shoot you. I kill you." I don't know what the object it is up under the phone. I was in fear for my life.
And, well, I don't mean to harp on this, but you said you don't know what that object was. You just said, right?
That's correct.
But you just said that it's a gun being obscured by a phone. How do you know it's a gun?
Judge, I'm
he
gonna
made me
object.
believe.
Stop for 1 second. When you hear an objection, you got to stop so we can work through it. Yes, ma'am.
Seems like this is asked and answered at this point.
Okay. If you want to ask one last time, you can, but then we'll move on.
How do you know it was a gun if you now have demonstrated for the jurors that it's out of his bag and it's pointed at you, or you see it pointed at you? How did you not see the gun?
I said, he told me it was a gun. He made me believe it was a gun. He concealed it and pointed at me, made me believe that he had a gun.
You would agree, Mr. Mosley, that you and Mr. Mathis are sitting like right next to each other, correct?
Right.
And to the point where you're almost touching, right?
No, we're not that close.
Okay, how close would you say that you and Mr. Mathis are?
We're like 5 feet away from each other.
All right, so are you from where you're seated to where I'm standing right here next to this air filter, or is it closer?
Yes, kind of like this.
Right. And you said that this act of him pulling this gun that you didn't see and obscured by phone, this all happened seconds before you got up and stood over him and shot him, right?
Yes.
So you would agree that it happened seconds after he allegedly brandished, pointed, showed a firearm and threatened you, that when you shot him, the gun would have still been in his hand, correct?
Correct. Or it fell out.
Okay, the order fell out
Yes.
and fell out where?
Probably landed on the bench. Probably landed on the ground in front of the bench.
Well, you went back towards the bench to get your book back, correct?
I leaned over and reached and grabbed my bag.
Right, when you leaned over and grabbed your bag, that's all good, right?
Nope.
And after you shot Mr. Mathis and he rolled from the bench to the floor, never saw a gun around him or in his hands, correct?
Never looked back.
This is so ridiculous.
And after you shot Mr. Mathis, you fled from the Oxford station, correct?
That's correct.
And you told us today you went home, right?
Yes, I made my way to my house.
You what?
I made my way to my house.
Okay, and August 11th was a Sunday, right?
Yes.
And earlier that day on Sunday, your girlfriend, Erica, broke up with you, right?
No, that's incorrect.
Okay, well,
Broke up Monday.
right. Well, you heard her testimony when she came in yesterday, right?
Yes.
And you heard her tell the jurors that she broke up with you because you were accusing her of infidelity the Sunday before you were arrested, correct?
Yes, I heard that. I wanted to object, but I couldn't.
We would agree the Sunday before you were arrested was the day you shot and killed Mr. Mathis on the 11th, correct?
Yes.
And you don't dispute the fact that you had been accusing her of infidelity, correct?
No.
No, you don't dispute that?
No.
And you would agree that not only had you been accusing her of stepping out on you, but you had been accusing her of doing that with allegedly people you worked with, right?
Yes.
And you worked with Mr. Mathis, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah. This jackass, this stain on society, got mad at his girlfriend. And then he got to the bus stop. and decided to kill a person. What was actually said on that? Did he really try to sell his pyramid scheme and got laughed at? I don't know. Did he accuse Mr. Matthews of being one of the men that bonked his girlfriend? We don't know. To make a long argument short, this guy belongs in prison. And should never be able to leave prison.
And a few days later, on the 14th, in the morning hours, you heard the police knocking on your door, correct?
Well, I heard the bullhorn.
Okay. And you heard the bullhorn where the police were announcing this is the Atlanta Police Department, correct?
Yes.
You heard that they were looking for you, correct?
Yes.
And Ms. Wood asked you about whether you cooperated with the police. Remember that?
Yes.
And you would agree that before they even entered your house, on the bullhorn, and then they knocked on the door several times, asking you to connive your help, correct?
Yes.
But you didn't, right?
No.
Stayed in your attic, hiding with your gun, correct?
Yes.
And you stayed in the attic for about an hour and a half before coming down, correct?
I don't know what time it was after they got there, but I was in the attic about 2 days.
Okay. All right, so you would agree then if you had been in the attic for 2 days, you, well, there's no bathroom in the attic, is there?
No. Yeah.
You would agree in the photograph, there's no pictures of you, I guess, having to use the restroom up there since you've been there for 2 days, right?
Objection.
Hold on one second. Yes, ma'am.
Relevance?
Goes to credibility.
Okay. Streamline it, but you keep going.
Yeah, I won't ask a question and a half, but
Okay.
so you would agree if you've been up there for 2 days, you would have had to use the restroom up there, right?
It's my house. I got free reign over my house.
So you came down from the attic, is what you're saying?
Yes.
You had been in the attic, like you led us to believe, for 2 continuous days.
Well, not the whole 48 hours. I
You
came
would
down to
agree-
get me some food. I came down to use the restroom. I went back up.
You would agree on direct, you didn't say any of that, right?
Right.
That you've been in the attic for 2 days.
Yes,
And when I asked you, you said you've been in the attic for 2 days.
that's correct.
All right, so, at some point, you were in the attic when the police arrived, and you finally came down, right?
Yes,
And before you came down, you left, your gun in a closed, bin, right?
yes,
And when you came down, you didn't tell the police, hey, there's a gun upstairs in the bin, right?
no, I did not.
You didn't think they'd find it, right?
I knew they'd find it.
Okay.
Bin wasn't closed.
Okay, so you heard the testimony of, Detective Starow, correct?
Yes, I did.
You heard him testify that when he went up to that attic, he had to open that bin, in order to find the gun. You heard that, right?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so like, Miss Erica, he's not telling the truth either, right?
That's correct.
All
I
right,
wanted to object to that too, but I
But
couldn't.
you don't get to object. That's not your role in the process.
That's why I didn't do it.
Good. Good work.
and, after you were arrested, you were taken to, Market Precinct, right?
Yes,
And at that point, Detective Steidel and one of his fellow detectives, now Sergeant Garvin, came in and had a conversation, correct?
yes,
And do you recall, before they had that conversation, they asked you how old you were, right?
yes,
They asked you about your education level.
yes,
You remember telling them that you had taken some college level classes, right?
yes,
And they asked you, did you understand the process and what they were talking to you about, right?
I did.
You indicated you understood, right?
Yes,
They asked you if you were under the influence of any alcohol, drugs, or anything that would affect your ability to understand what they were talking about, right?
Right.
So you weren't, and that you understood, right?
yes,
He read you your rights, right?
Yeah.
And you agreed to have a conversation with him, correct?
yes.
Do you remember, he asked you first what happened, and your response was, what are you talking about? Remember that?
That's not the first thing he asked me.
What's the first thing he asked you?
I don't recall right now, but I know he asked me that after he started asking about my girlfriend. That's when I told him, that's when I said what I said, because he went off from the incident to my personal life.
Mhm.
He tried to go back to it, and I'm like, you trying to confuse me and mix things up.
Okay, you would agree that it's recorded, right?
Yes,
On that recording, one of the first things Detective Steidel says to you that we're here today about the Art Center, and your response is, what happened? Or what are you talking about? Excuse me. He asked you what happened, and you said, what are you talking about? You don't remember that?
I have to hear the recording again.
Okay. And do you remember telling the detective, after he asked you again, about what happened? You said lots of stuff happened. You remember that?
Yes.
And he asked you, made a statement, tell me what happened when you were talking to DeMarco. You remember hearing something like that during the recording?
Yes.
And you responded with lots of stuff was going on, outside forces, and you say something about there's a lot of energy in people, right?
Yes.
And the detective specifically asked you with DeMarco. Do you remember that? You do?
Yes.
And do you remember what your response was?
I don't recall.
Would it surprise you that on that recording you said, no, not with DeMarco?
Maybe.
That would surprise you?
It would.
It would?
Yes.
Okay. And would it surprise you? He then asked you a series of questions about how you knew DeMarco. Do you remember that?
Yes.
You remember telling him you know him from the job, from working at Tip Top. You remember that?
Yes, I did.
And you remember talking to him about the fact that there were times that you guys worked the same shift at the factory, right?
They always work the same shit.
Okay. And that you would run into each other from time to time, right?
Yes.
And do you remember the detective specifically asking you what you would define? First, he says your friendship, and then he says your relationship with DeMarco. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Do you remember what you said in response to that question?
I think I said it's like a cordial relationship.
Okay. You said it was a cordial relationship, right?
I believe so.
And he asked you, he said, so it was cordial, it was cool, and you never had an issue with him or anything like that, right? And you said, what?
Yes.
Right. You said yes, that you had never had an issue with him,
Right. No.
that you'd never had a problem with him.
That's correct.
And on this day, when you had the opportunity to talk to the detective who's asking you what happened, you told him nothing happened, right?
Yes.
You didn't tell him that what you told us today, that there was any type of beef, right?
There was no type of beef.
Okay. You didn't tell the detective what you told us a few minutes ago, that Mr. Mathis threatened you, right? You didn't tell him that?
He got off topic, so I told him I didn't want to continue the conversation because he started bringing other stuff up in the conversation.
Right. So fair to say you did not tell him he threatened you, correct?
Right. I did.
And you didn't tell him that he held a gun, obscured or blocked by a phone, and pointed it at you and threatened you, right?
No, I did not tell him that.
Never mentioned anything about feeling unsafe, right?
It never came up in the
You
conversation.
never mentioned him that you ever felt uneasy, right?
We only talked about 2 minutes. Conversation not that long.
Okay. My question is, you never told him any of that in those 2 minutes, right?
No.
And you never mentioned to Detective Steidel, that you were in fear of receiving imminent bodily injury.
Objection, Judge. Again, we've covered this, asked and answered.
Okay, you haven't, so you're establishing, I understand what you're establishing, last one in that area. Okay.
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, so you never explained or expressed to the detective that day when you were talking to him that you were in fear of receiving serious bodily injury or were in fear of being killed by Mr. Mathis, correct?
No, I didn't tell him that.
How about that? How about that?
And you also remember during that interview, you identified yourself from a still photo that we talked about during that interview from you being on the bus on August 11th, 2024, right?
Yes.
You would agree that during that interview, there was nothing that prevented you from telling the detectives what you told us today.
I'm
Right.
gonna,
You are objecting, what's your objection?
I feel like Mr. Abadi's getting mighty close to something that I am going to object to. I don't want to have to make a motion here, Judge.
Okay,
I don't know what the motion would be, but
well, I have a inkling, so why don't you have this be the last question about what Mr. Mosley discussed or didn't discuss during his time with Detective Stein?
Mhm.
Want to repeat the question?
yes. So on August 14th of 2024, when you spoke to the detective, you would agree that that was an opportunity for you to tell the detectives what you told all of us a year later here today.
Judge, I'm objecting to this.
Okay, overrule.
I was under the impression that he already knew from the video footage.
Really?
During that interview, you didn't tell him he should look at the video footage, right?
No, I didn't.
You didn't mention anything about the video footage, right?
He had a picture of me showing me that he knew everything. I was thinking he was aware of everything that was going on.
Well, do you remember your response to him showing you the picture from you on the?
Oh, really? But you said just minutes ago that you thought everything was recorded, including sound. So, what in that case were you afraid of? By the way, folks, don't talk to cops. Clarification. If you're under interrogation, you should say a few words, and that is, I want to talk to my lawyer or to a lawyer. That's not legal advice, that's plain general advice. Because when you're Mirandized, everything you say can and will be used against you, which you hear here. Choosy heretics, choose. Hey, Nick, did you hear about Bobby Jr.? Don lost his marbles big time. I don't know who Bobby Jr. is or where his marbles are.
MARTA bus, I think it was bus 1830, the initial, I guess, bus that you have to take in order to get to the East Point Station. Remember your response?
Yes.
What was it?
I think I asked him, was that a trick question?
Right. You didn't say, did you look at the other parts of the video, right?
No, I did not.
Okay, but you could have, right?
Why would I? He's the detective.
But you could have told him that, right?
Could have.
You chose not to. Right?
Yes.
Okay.
But if you thought you already knew everything because you thought your voice was being recorded as well, then this story that you just told should have been on it. So why the secrets?
And during your direct examination, you said something about I think you said it was a $50,000 bounty on your head, I think is what you said. Remember that? Right. And correct me if I'm wrong, didn't you say that Mr. Mathis wasn't a part of whoever took out this $50,000 bounty, correct?
What do you mean?
Did Mr. Mathis take a $50,000 bounty on your head?
He works with me. Of course, he didn't put the $50,000 bounty on my head.
Okay. So my question was, is he involved at all with this alleged bounty that was on your head?
He could be trying to receive the bounty.
But you didn't have any information that he was trying to receive any bounty, right?
I don't know who's trying to accept the money.
Okay.
I don't know who's out to kill me. I just know somebody's out to kill me. It could be anybody. It could be you, Mr. Abate.
Okay. We've never met before. All of
Oh yeah, by the way, this is Mr. Abate. Mr. Abate, Prosecutor Abate, you remember him from the YSL trial. He's been a prosecutor for well over a decade. And this is a very, very easy case to prosecute. Extremely easy. And even though I feel that his cross-examination here is adequate, it's not good. And if you've been a prosecutor for over a decade, you should be much better.
this case, right?
People who put the money on my head got power. I probably don't meet half the people they know.
Okay. So now it's your testimony today that I could be someone who put the $50,000 bounty on your head.
So you're not the one who did it, but you could be wanting to accept the money.
You know how crazy that sounds?
Judge, I'm gonna object here.
Okay, argumentative.
I'll withdraw the question.
That's, you don't get it withdrawn, just don't say something like that.
So, well, I ask you, is it your testimony that you legitimately think that I could be somebody who would,
Let's move on from your potential connection to it.
Yeah, that's
you
true.
know, you had
Overboard.
received no information on August 11th, 2024, that Mr. Mathis was trying to collect $50,000 for the bounty on your head, right? You had no information about that.
Judge, I'm objecting again. This calls for speculation.
So overruled, but last question about Mathis, any connection to bounty?
I know the Tip Top employees all have knowledge of this.
How long had this bounty been on your head?
To my recollection, since I was released from prison.
Did it flow from something that went on in prison, this bounty?
So it flowed from the guys I robbed before I went to prison.
So it's now it's your testimony that the bounty began in November 2022 when you were released from prison?
Yes.
Remember a few minutes ago, seconds ago, you said the bounty was something that originated from you working with those at Tip Top, right?
No, it didn't originate for those guys.
Oh.
They probably be the ones trying to collect it, but it didn't start with them. They
Okay.
don't have money like that. They work with me.
So is it your testimony that on the day you started at Tip Top on March 3rd of 2024, it was your belief that people at Tip Top were trying to kill you?
No, I believe that people in the city was.
Well,
I had to find means to protect myself way before I started working at Tip Top.
you agree Tip Top's in Marietta, Cobb County, it's not in the city, right?
Well, I'm not from Marietta in Cobb County.
Okay. And at any point while working at Tip Top, when you thought people who you work with were trying to fulfill this bounty so they could get $50,000, did you report this to anyone who worked at Tip Top?
I hardly report anything because I have bad trust issues with the law. I have bad trust issues with people.
Okay. Well, you would agree that
You're a career
Mr. Terry
criminal.
Bruce doesn't work for the law, right?
Yes.
You would agree that your direct supervisor didn't work with the law, right?
I don't. This was my first time seeing Mr. Bruce ever.
Okay.
He worked at the same facility as me.
But I guess my original question is you never told anyone at Tip Top about this alleged bounty on your head and people from Tip Top trying to fulfill it, correct?
But they know about it.
My question is you never told anyone, right?
No, I never told them.
Okay. And you never told your felony supervisor, Officer Williams, about this alleged bounty on your head that you learned about once you were released from prison, correct?
Yes, my probation officer knows.
So it's your testimony that your probation officer knew that there was a bounty on your head?
Yes.
And is it your testimony that once Mr. Williams found out about the bounty, he did nothing about it?
No.
Judge, this calls for speculation. I'm gonna object to your.
Okay, rephrasing?
Did you have a conversation with Mr. Williams about this bounty on your head?
I didn't know the amount it was, but I told him that people was out to kill me.
Okay. And is it your testimony that once you told Officer Williams that he did nothing about it or to help you with this belief that you had a bounty on your head?
No, he just told me to stay out of trouble.
All right. But it's your testimony here today. You have no idea who put that bounty on your head.
I got some inkling knowledge of who did it.
Just have assumptions about who put a bounty on your head, right?
I knew I was a robber of drug dealers, and since I've been gone, a lot of guys them came up on a lot of money in life, and they living well, and they got 50,000 to throw away.
Nothing further.
Ms. Wood, do you have any redirect?
No.
Jurors, do you have questions for Mr. Mosley?
Oh, jury questions. I forgot about those. Oh, the jury has been very prone to ask questions of all the witnesses in this trial. Hi, DSN.
Thank you.
Yeah, as Monica says, you are not that important,
Yeah.
sir. That robbery, that was 10 years prior, more than 10 years prior. You went in 2012. You got out 2022. The robberies was before that, presumably. If they are even alive today, the people, if you robbed drug dealers, chances are that they're probably dead by now. That usually is what happens to drug dealers. They don't really last. And even if they lasted, they are in and out of prison as well. This is so stupid.
It's not a question. That's artwork.
And he keeps sitting there smug, thinking people actually believe his crap.
All right, Mr. Mosley, you're going to stay right there. Deputy Gordon, you'll stay right here. Lawyers, you can talk with you for a while.
Yeah. And then it takes a while for them to discuss what type of questions there is.
A bounty for you as opposed
Okay.
to.
Yeah. Now, what is happening now is that whatever question the jury has, the prosecution and defense and the judge discuss, okay, is this a question that can be asked? And sometimes questions can't be asked because it's outside of the scope or it's not proper. But let's see what the questions are about.
That's a good. All right, Mr. Mosley, few more questions, and we'll see if the lawyers have any follow-up. Just get them organized here. Let's start with the bounty. Can you please tell the jury as concisely as you can what the bounty was for? What is your understanding as to why someone, not who did it, but why was there a bounty for you as opposed to this guy or that guy?
Because the bounty was for me because one of the guys that I robbed back in 2012, I kind of shot them also. And they didn't like.
He kind of shot him. So armed robbery, and you shot. I'm surprised you only got 10 years.
Like that at all.
Did you ever report to law enforcement your concerns about, because you mentioned during your testimony that sometimes guys would roll up on you and put a gun to your head, threaten you. This is after you got out of prison. Did you ever report any of that to law enforcement?
Only to my probation officer.
Okay. But you didn't call 911, hey, someone just rolled up on me and put a gun in my head. Why not?
Because at the time I didn't know the guys, and by the time I would have called the police, they would have been gone already. They was gone already.
Okay.
So it was just telling the police something. I don't know. They wouldn't be able to do anything about it.
You mentioned that some of your coworkers at Tip Top were aware of this bounty and maybe harassed you about that some. Did you ever report that harassment to supervisors at Tip Top?
No, I didn't. Even when I got attacked on the job, I tried to fill out a report and they convinced me that that was the wrong thing to do. So I just got medical treatment and just brushed it under the rug.
When you say they convinced you it was the wrong thing to do, the people who attacked you or the Tip Top managers?
Yeah, the supervisor. It's like when I was telling him about the incident, the supervisor was there with a couple of my coworkers also. So it would have been they finding out at the same time that I'm telling the supervisor, and the word could have spread it that they probably would have said that, oh, he a snitch or anything. And I would be stuck out there in the wind, but no help at all still.
You just mentioned that you were attacked once at Tip Top. Was that by Mr. Mathis?
No, it wasn't.
When you were sitting on the bench next to Mr. Mathis the night he was shot, were you sitting to his right so you could reach out with your left hand and touch him? Or were you sitting to his left so you could reach out with your right hand and touch him?
I was he was to my right.
He was to your right. Yes. Okay. So if I was behind you two looking at you, you could reach out with your right arm, and I don't know if he was that close, but you would be reaching out your right arm to touch him. Okay.
Oh.
You talked a little bit about 10,000 in cash. were you carrying that money the night Mr. Mathis got shot?
I was not. I didn't even have it saved up all the way.
You were hoping to save up $10,000. But whatever you had, whether it was 8 or 5 by that time, you did not have it on you at the bus stop at Art Center that night.
I'm quite certain he had 0, because in whatever pyramid scheme he was trying to sell on other people, he was still paying for it. And the way these multi-marketing things work, you have to bring people in to pay for stuff, and then all of a sudden you stop paying and start receiving. It's a pyramid scheme.
If you did not intend to kill Mr. Mathis, why did you shoot him more than once?
Because the first initial shot, I kind of aimed at the objects in his hand or at his arm, and
What?
he didn't drop the object or stop waving the object at me. So I shot again, and because he was still in motion, and I didn't know if at any moment he could have pulled the trigger if it was a gun.
When you shot him the second time, did he drop what was in his hands?
I didn't pay attention. I just know he fell at the time. After the second shot, the initial second shot, he fell to the ground, and that's when I grabbed my bag and took off.
Did you ever see Mr. Mathis put back into his bag either of the items you say he was holding?
No, I did not.
Did you tell the jury during your earlier testimony here that you thought that Erica's last name is Menifee?
That's correct.
Ms. Menifee, that she was involved with someone else at Tip Top?
You said, did I tell you?
I don't remember your testimony. The question is, why did you believe that Ms. Menifee was involved with someone else at Tip Top? But I just wanted to first establish that that's what you said.
That's what I use. I use accuser of that. And that's because when the guys make the joke on the job, they might say like $50,000 look real good right about now. But they might say the second part of the joke, they might be like, but I'd rather have sex with this girl. Or they say the F word. They say, I'd rather have sex with this girl other than that.
Meaning your girlfriend, meaning Ms. Menifee?
Yes.
Okay. When you were having the conversation with Detective Steidel, one of the questions he asked you before you got into Ms. Menifee or what happened at Arts Center was, have you gone to school? Can you speak English? All that kind of stuff. And one of them was, are you under the influence of anything? And your answer was, not today, not right now. The question is, if we rewind to August 11th, the day Mr. Mathis was shot at the Arts Center station, were you under the influence of alcohol or any illegal substance?
Yes, I kind of smoked some marijuana earlier that day after I left church.
You say kinda as in the marijuana was near you, or you smoked the marijuana?
I smoked the marijuana.
Okay, 1 blunt, 100 blunts,
Yes, ma'am.
1 blunt. And 1 minute before your long bus and train ride, or a couple hours before?
2 hours.
Okay,
Like more than 5 hours before.
more than 5 hours before. Okay. Ms. Wood, do you have other questions for Mr. Mosley based on those questions?
I do not, Judge, thank you.
Mr. Button?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So we're done with Mr. Mosley. Ms. Wood, are you calling any other witnesses?
So, Your Honor.
The defense rests?
Yes, sir.
All right. Mr. Abadi, are you putting up any rebuttal?
No, Your
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the point where the evidence is closed. What remains is closing arguments or summations from the lawyers, and then my charge to you. We're going to take a quick break so the lawyers can get set up. They often have PowerPoints. They want to get the screens adjusted, et cetera. Plus, it's a natural time in the afternoon to take a break. When you come back out here, Mr. Rao or Mr. Bate will give the first part of the state summation. As I mentioned, they get to go first and last because they have the burden of proof. Then we'll see if the defense wants to give a closing. No obligation to give one, but I bet they will. And then we'll hear the rest of the states, and then we'll see what time it is. If I'll give you your charge then, or if that'll be first thing tomorrow morning, and then you'll begin your deliberations. So even though they're
All right. I think we should listen to closing arguments. Let's see.
you ready, Mr. Rao, are you ready?
Yes.
We'll get Mr. Mosley.
All right. And it's PowerPoint time again. State's closing argument. Oh. sorry, you get to up in the right corner is where there. Now you can see everything. Yeah. I mean, this is a slam dunk.
All right, Mr. Mosley is back in the courtroom. We are ready.
And spoiler, the jury took a number of hours and even had jury questions. But let's listen to this first.
For closing arguments.
What? Close the door.
I'm going to address a brief security breach. Sure. There we go. The doors around here aren't. Our door's not working. That door. Eesh. Then let's bring the jurors in, please. And I will make as court's exhibit number 1, the 80 note cards that reflect all the juror questions, those that were asked and not asked, so they can be made part of the record. And there are questions on only one side of the card. Can I give that to you now? There you go. That's a big pile.
All right, juror. You as the president accounted for.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. Everyone can be seated. So we are set to start the closing arguments. A reminder that nothing the lawyers tell you for either side is evidence. The lawyers are now going to share with you what they think the evidence has proven or failed to show. They are going to seek to persuade you to decide the case in one direction or the other. And you should feel free to be so persuaded, but know that you are the fact finders and that the evidence comes from the testimony of the witnesses, the physical items, that backpack, photos, etc., and then that one stipulation. That's the evidence, not what the lawyers tell you. With that, Mr. Rao, when you're ready.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're now here at the close of this case. All the evidence presented to you in the course of this trial. And so now I'm going to have the opportunity to go further, and my opportunity is going to be really talking to you about the legal principles and charge that will be applicable in this case. The defense will have an opportunity to then come speak before you and make their arguments, and then Mr. Body will conclude the state's portion of the closing arguments. So what I'm here to do this particular time is kind of talk to you again about the legal principles and the charges. So Judge McBurney, during the beginning of the trial, read the indictment to all of you, and there's 9 counts in this indictment, 1 count of malice murder, 3 counts of felony murder, each predicated on a specific felony. Count 2, felony murder, is predicated on aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, as alleged in count 5, and counts 3 and 4, felony murders, are predicated on count 7 and 8, which are separate and distinct from each other as it relates to the defendant being a convicted felon at the time that he possessed a firearm and shot and killed Marco Adams. Then we have count 5, the aggravated assault. Count 6, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, and counts 7, 8, and 9, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, which are separate and distinct from each other. And we'll talk a little bit about why it is that there are 3 separate charges of possession of a firearm by a convicted felon as we go through the elements of each specific charge. And so those are the 9 charges that we have to prove, and the burden of proof that we have as a state is beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, all of you who have watched courtroom dramas or read legal fiction have probably all heard that phrase and have an understanding based on what you see and what you read as to what it is. So a lot of times people don't actually know or are able to conceptualize what it is in the context of an actual courtroom proceeding. And so
now this is interesting because usually prosecutors kind of want to be as vague as possible regarding reasonable doubt. But this seems to be an exception, and perhaps it is because they have a strong case.
So my job now is going to be to define that for you as you also receive instructions from the judges. And so what beyond reasonable doubt is. The way I like to start off is to specifically tell you what it's not. It's not going to be beyond all doubt. It's not going to be a vague or arbitrary doubt. And certainly not going to be doubt beyond the mathematical certainty, which is I'm 70% sure, or I'm 40% sure, or I'm 30% sure. It's really just a doubt that is reasonable. And so legally, what it's defined as is the doubt of a fair-minded, impartial juror, honestly seeking the truth, not seeking doubt, but seeking the truth as to what the logical conclusion is as it relates to what the evidence shows and what it means as it relates to the defendant's guilt. In this case, whether he's guilty or not. Now, if there is doubt, it must be based on common sense or reason. Within the context of beyond a reasonable doubt and the state's burden, the doubt has to be based on common sense and reason. It's not just any doubt or a doubt for the sake of having doubt. It's one that's generated from common sense and logical deduction from the evidence presented to you. What the logical outcome is from the evidence presented. Look at what has been presented and see where it takes you as far as its most logical conclusion and its most reasonable conclusion. What a reasonable person would deduce from the context of the evidence. That is what reasonable doubt is. And so one way I like to really conceptualize it for jurors is also to distinguish the difference between what is possible and what is reasonable. So we've all heard the phrase, anything is possible, right? That is not the standard in a criminal trial. It is not what is possible, it is what is reasonable. Because the truth is, anything is possible. But what is reasonable is the context in which we have to determine what is the most logical conclusion in this particular case. And so, for instance, to give an example, it's kind of almost a silly example, but I think it drives the point home. All of us go to the grocery store at one point in time. And if you're someone that likes to pick out cereal as part of your grocery items list, you go to the aisle where they sell grocery or sell cereal. And for instance, if you like Honey Bunches of Oats, right, you go to that specific section of the aisle and you pick out the box of Honey Bunches of Oats. And you know it's Honey Bunches of Oats because it's what's designated on the box, but you don't actually see what's inside, right? It's not a translucent box. It's just a box that says Honey Bunches of Oats and has a graphic on there. You don't actually see what's inside until you get home and you open the box. You don't do that at the store. You don't go to every single piece of item that you're trying to get from the grocery store that you can't actually see inside to open it up. Just know for a fact that what's inside. You use your common sense and your reason. You don't make a crazy decision to just open up every box in the grocery store and potentially get met by a loss prevention officer or someone in public to say, what are you gonna do? No, you use your common sense and reason. The box where the item is designated as what it is, and then you take it home and you open it. Now, is it possible that the parent company for Honey Bunches of Oats and some mix up at the factory could put a different cereal inside? Certainly the response would be, yeah, anything is possible. But is it reasonable for you at every single point in time that you pick up a box of Honey Bunches of Oats that you have to open it in order to see what's inside? No, you use your common sense, your life experience, and your logical deduction to determine that the box of Honey Bunches of Oats is what it is. And that's kind of the standard here. Is it what the defendant just testified to as to what the most reasonable conclusion is? That he was acting in self-defense? Or is it that, as he indicated to Detective Starow on August 14th, they had no issues with DeMarco, that the video shows nothing about what he testified to, that he just snapped, got up, brandished his gun, and fired at least twice in the direction of DeMarco Mathis, an unarmed man, before fleeing the scene, leaving him to ride in agony as he leaves and goes and hides out in his house. What is the most reasonable conclusion in this case that you can derive from the evidence in this particular case? So in the context of beyond a reasonable doubt and the things that you can and can't consider, there are certain things that the judge is going to instruct you on as far as what not to consider in the context of making your decision. So it's not.
This is the first trial I covered in Fulton County that does not involve rap songs or social media posts. All right.
Going to be about passion or sentiment, your like or dislike of the police or the public opinions that you might have. Everyone comes in with their own experience. No one is telling you to completely discard that. But there's a reason why you all are here, is because you are objective people that can look at the evidence and make a logical deduction as it relates to what that evidence shows. It's not a disagreement with the law. You all took an oath to uphold the law, and the law that the judge provides will be what you have to go and apply to this particular case. It's not going to be about what the consequences of your verdict will be if you all believe that he is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. It ends there. You don't consider what are the possible consequences of that. That's for the judge to determine what the appropriate remedy is as it relates to your verdict. It's not about prejudice. It's not about sympathy. If you feel sympathy for the defendant, for the life that he's had to live up until the point in time where he pulled the trigger on DeMarco Mathis, That's not really something that's relevant in the course of this particular proceeding. Everyone has their own trials and tribulations in life that they go through. And in the context of the actions that we do in this particular case, the defendant pulling the trigger not just once, but at least twice in the direction of another human being, leading him to die in agony, as we see on that video. Those are the things that we have to look at, not the context of the life that he's had to live. I'm sure he did fall in hard times back in 2012, but he made the decisions that he made. That affected other people. And just like the decision he made to pull out his gun, point it in the direction of DeMarco Mathis, ceasing him to exist by shooting him twice. And it's not going to be about conjecture as to what it is that hasn't been presented to you that you think could show something that doesn't exist. It's about what you see on that video, what people testify to, and the videos and documents presented to you as it relates to what you should consider. So specifically in talking about the things that you can consider, it's going to be the elements of the crime, which I will discuss with you. It's going to be about the law and the legal principles. It's going to be about forensics evidence, like what the GBI expert said, which is that the gun that was found at the defendant's residence and the act that he was hiding is the murder. It is the gun that was used to kill DeMarco Mathis. It's going to be the photos and documents that we have of the scene, the CAD report, the autopsy report, the GBI ballistics report, the still shots that were used to identify the defendant as the perpetrator in this particular case. And then we consider the defense, and we'll talk a little bit about that towards the conclusion of my portion of this presentation as it relates to law, justification, and self-defense, and how that really applies in this particular case. And the defendant's actions. I mean, he's asking you to believe that he was legally justified in taking the life of someone else, but left the scene and then hid in his attic for 2 days, according to him, even though he didn't actually stay in the attic the whole 2 days, as he would have led you to believe on direct. It's about the actions that he took on the night of August 11th, 2024, when he pulled out his gun and shot Mr. Mathis at least twice, causing him to die. When there's uncontroverted evidence, it is uncontroverted that he did not have any of the things that this defendant said that he had on his person. There was no mention of it and no questions asked of the responding officer, of Mr. Thompson, of Officer Williams as it relates to the bounty that Officer Williams supposedly knew about. No questions about that. There was no mention of any quote unquote objects that the victim allegedly had on his person at the time that the defendant made a decision to point his firearm in the direction of DeMarco Mathis and shooting and killing him. There's no evidence of that other than he wants you to believe that that's true because it's in his best interest. Look at the credibility of the witnesses in this case. For Michael Thompson and Eric Menifee, who really have no reason to say the things that they said other than that's what happened. That Mr. Thompson heard what he heard, saw what he saw, that Ms. Menifee said the Sunday before his arrest, which would have been the day of the incident, when he shot and killed Mr. Mathis and co-worker, that she broke up with him. And that was also one of the days that he accused her of infidelity, specifically with co-workers. The most important asset that you have with you, that you get to take with you when you go back there and deliberate, is your common sense. Who has the reason to say the things that they say, and what supports that? Is there anything that supports what the defense?
Hey, DK. We are watching the final part of the Georgia versus Mosley trial, and it's been interesting. We just watched Mr. Mosley go up on the stand in his own defense and claim he has a $50,000 bounty on his life and that he thought his victim was pulling a gun at him. None of it makes sense. He most likely made it all up as he took the stand. And now it's closing arguments.
Defendant said, other than his own words, versus what is there to support that the defendant was not justified in shooting and killing DeMarco Mathis?
All right. Amica fan said, you might have to write a song for this to fix it. So I entered into suno.com Mr. Mosley thinks he's worth a 50,000 bounty. He thinks his pyramid scheme makes him an entrepreneur. In fact, he's just a bum who thinks he can get away with murder. Let's see how it turned out.
Yeah. Shut that down. Holy shit. No, man, did I be live? Yeah. Yo. Mosley scheming, dreams stacked in a pyramid. Calls himself a boss, but the math ain't legitimate. Hustle looking dirty, hands stained in a fraud. Thinking he a king, but his crown's just a facade. 50 grand bounty man thinks he a treasure, but his hustle's counterfeit. Can't measure up the pressure. Entrepreneur fantasies, he playing with a mask. Trying to hide the truth, but the lies won't last. Mr. Mosley, running from the heat. Pyramid crumbled, now he's feeling defeat. Thinking he's slick, but the streets don't forget. A bum on the run, caught up in his own debt. Yeah, money moves shady, snakes in his garden. Claiming he a legend, but his reps just tarnished. Murder in his mind, thinking he untouchable, but karma's got a blade. His plan's combustible. Mirror don't lie, reflection looking hollow. Promises he made left the trail hard to follow. Paper stacking dreams, but the foundation's cracked. He thought he had a scheme, now the walls attack. Yeah. Tick tock, mostly the clock's closing in. Can't buy respect when your soul's paper thin. The bounty's on your head, the weight's too real. You played yourself, now it's time for the reveal. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, better not. The Mosley. Drum song.
And in using your common sense and the law that you'll be given, you'll apply it to the facts and the evidence has been presented to you in the course of this trial. The evidence will come before you in two separate forms. There's direct evidence and then there's circumstantial evidence. The legal definition of direct evidence is evidence that points immediately and directly to an issue. For instance, Mr. Thompson saying that he observed the two of them being cordial up until the shooting.
Oh, how did Mr. Mosley, defend this? He claimed that Mr. Mathis pulled a gun or a gun-like object on him. That Mr. Mosley was trying to rob him. He took the stand in his own defense, and it was so stupid.
When he looked back and saw the defendant point the firearm and shoot Mr. Mathis again, after hearing the first shot. Direct evidence is the still shots of the defendant on the Martis defense on the day of the homicide. Direct evidence is the fact that the firearm recovered from Mr. Mosley matched the murder weapon that was used to kill Mr. Mathis. That's direct evidence. Circumstantial evidence, as legally defined, is proof of facts or circumstances from which you may infer other related or connected facts that are reasonable and justified in light of your experience. What that means is you take a group of facts, you put them together, and you make a logical inference from that fact. So the best way that I can describe circumstantial evidence is give you an example of when we all have to go to the gas station to fill our tank. So every now and then, the gauge will be close to empty. And that's our cue. We have to drive a car that isn't electric to go stop at the gas station and fill up the tank. And so when that occasion calls for it, we go to the gas station, stop at a specific pump, we get out of the car, we put the credit card or debit card, or we go pay cash at the register. We take the nozzle out of the pump and we put it into the tank of the vehicle and we pull down on the lever. And then we see that the amount of gallons is going from zero and steadily increasing. We see the amount of money that we're paying for it increasing even more. And eventually, the nozzle will stop. That's our cue to take it out of the tank, put it back into the pump, close the tank, get in the car, and drive on. And at that point in time, you've not seen gas go into your car, right? Well, what you can logically deduce from a group of related facts is the fact that you know that your gauge was reading empty. You had to stop at a gas station, you filled up the tank, you got in a car, and you drove home. And you continue driving. And your car isn't really empty anymore, it's really full. And as you continue to drive, even though you did not see gas go into the car, you are able to infer from a group of related facts that gas in fact went into your car at the time that you went to the gas station. So that's kind of what circumstantial evidence is in this case. All right, and in this case, specifically as it relates to examples of direct and circumstantial evidence. Direct evidence is the fact that there's a video where you see the defendant pull his firearm and shoot DeMarco Mathis. You see and have heard Mr. Thompson's observations as it relates to what he saw, that the defendant just shot. There was no reason for that, based on the observations and the things that Mr. Thompson heard, that Mr. Mathis was not acting aggressively, that they were in a cordial conversation. Direct evidence is the shirt, the shoes, the hat, all matching the outfit that the defendant wore on the day of the homicide being found at the residence that he was hiding at when police came knocking with an arrest warrant for the murder of DeMarco Mathis. And of course, the murder weapon, that is direct evidence in this particular case. But the fact that the weapon used to kill Mr. Mathis was found in defense possession. Example of circumstantial evidence would be, say for instance, we did not have the video in this particular case, but we had Mr. Thompson able to give a description of the suspect in this case, which was Falcon's hat, black shirt, black pants, white shoes, and in the defendant's possession are those things in addition to the firearm that ultimately came back as the weapon that was used to kill DeMarco Mathis. From that, even though Mr. Thompson may not necessarily be able to identify the defendant, the fact that he was able to give this description and they found these exact things in Mr. Mosley's residence to include the murder weapon and all circumstantial pieces of evidence that you can use to logically infer that the defendant was the shooter. But the defendant identified himself and the defendant admitted to shooting. And it's not necessarily that his ID is circumstantial in this case. The question is, did he murder Mr. Mathis or did he act in self-defense, of which there's no credible evidence that has been presented to you during the course of this trial. What's been presented to you has been exhibits through the course of photos, documents, videos, and physical evidence to include the murder weapon, projectiles recovered from the victim, the shell casings that were recovered from the scene, as well as the items recovered from the defendant's residence, all showing that he was in possession of the articles of clothing that he wore on the day of the homicide. You also have evidence in the form of labels, like Mr. Thompson and Ms. Bennett, who came before you and testified to the things that they did see and hear and interacted with as it relates to the defendant, and specifically Ms. Menefee's relationship with the defendant and the incident that occurred on.
This is actually a very good closing argument. But it's an open shot case, so it's hard to fuck up a closing argument, especially with Mr. Mosley on the stand, obviously lying, in my opinion.
August 11th, 2024. Now, as it relates to the testimony of a single witness, the testimony of a single witness, if believed, is sufficient to establish a fact. Now, I will tell you that everything that Mr. Thompson and Ms. Menefee said was uncontroverted by the defendant. There was no questions asked, which means that everything that they said, you can take to the bank in cash. Because Mr. Thompson specifically said that he observed the two of them in a conversation, that there was no hint of aggression from what he saw. And when he turned around and heard the shots and then turned back around and saw the defendant pointing the gun and shooting it in the direction of Mr. Mathis, that is uncontroverted. It is what happened from an eyewitness who saw it. And there was nothing about Mr. Mathis having a phone or an object that could pass off as a gun mentioned by him. There was nothing. He didn't have it. Nothing that the defendant said that Mr. Mathis had in his hands as he was being shot was presented to you by an objective third-party witness who has no reason to lie or say the things that he said, other than that's what he saw and that's what he heard, just like Ms. Menefee. She even said that she's trying to be on good terms with the defendant. She's doubled down on the fact that it was the Sunday before his arrest that she broke up with him, the same day that Mr. Mathis was shot and killed by the defendant. the same day where there were allegations made at Miss Menifee over the fact that she was having an affair with a co-worker of his, of which Mr. Mathis was. Look at the credibility of the witnesses. What does Mr. Thompson's bias or lack thereof in this case? He didn't have a bias. He literally just told you what he saw and what he heard. What is Miss Menifee's bias or lack thereof? Well, we know that she has had a relationship with the defendant, and she even testified on the stand that they were trying to be on better terms. But even she said that on the day of the murder, they broke up, and there were allegations made about infidelity as it relates to her involvement with a coworker. What corroborates the defendant's version of events as it relates to self-defense, and what corroborates the fact that the defendant acted in malice? Shooting and killing Mr. Mathis and leaving him to die. I mean,
Yeah, and for you who don't who haven't followed this case, I have two streams earlier this week, and I got contacted by Mr. Mathis' family, by a family member of Mr. Mathis, and Mr. Mathis was just going to work. He went to work. That is what he did. He went to work. He worked hard. He got home, ate, slept, and on repeat. There's no criminal history. He stayed out of trouble, as far as I know, his entire life. He sat down on that bench that day when Mr. Mosley showed up, sat down. They had a conversation of sorts, which we don't know what it was. And then Mr. Mosley killed him. It was just a day for Mr. Mathis going to work. Mr. Mathis didn't deserve this. He was just a man going to work. That's all he did. But he got in the way of Mr. Mosley's delusions. And now Mr. Mathis is no more. And this trial is hopefully bringing some sort, even though, I mean, there's no, really, there is no justice, except this is the justice that society can provide. Presenting the case to a jury, sending Mr. Mosley away for the rest of his life. Because Mr. Mosley is not fit for anything but being locked up, in my opinion. He has a history of shooting people. He has a history of robbing people. Spent 10 years in prison for robbing and shooting. And Mr. Mathis got on his way to work like any other day. He should have just, if he should have just been able to get to work, and go home from work like any other day. But Mr. Mosley decided that day that no, Mr. Mathis has to die for, sadly, unknown reasons. It might have been because Mr. Mosley believed this is the guy who screwed my girlfriend, who just broke up with me. It might have been delusion after smoking weed that had effect. Or Mr. Mosley decided to pitch his pyramid scheme to Mr. Mathis and got laughed at. And that was enough. We don't know, because the only person who can tell us is Mr. Mosley. And Mr. Mosley is a lowlife, a stain, a waste of oxygen.
What is the probability of that being the reason why he shot and killed Mr. Mathis versus whatever it is he testified to on the stand? What is the logical conclusion when you take the evidence in its entirety, weigh the credibility, and what is the only logical conclusion? It's not that the defendant acted in self-defense. It's that he took out that gun, pointed it at an unarmed man, shot and killed him. Now, as we go into the elements of each and every offense, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about intent. So intent has to be formed to commit the actual act. It's not about having the intent to commit murder or having the intent to commit aggravated assault. It's the intent to commit the acts that support those charges. So for instance, it's the defendant's intent to pull out the gun from his pocket, point it at the direction of Mr. Mathis, and fire it multiple times. That's the intent that we need to show in order to prove specific intents as it relates to each and every crime in this particular case. And when it's the foreseeable consequence of something, you intend to do it. So when you intend to point a gun at another human being at close range, there's no other foreseeable consequence to a reasonable person other than you're intending to kill him. You're intending to shoot him. You're intending to do it while being a convicted felon, knowing that you're not supposed to be in possession of the firearm. That is the intent. It is the intent to commit the actual acts that support the charge.
Hi, Marjorie.
So as it relates to count one murder, it's legally defined as unlawfully and with malice, afterthought, causing the death of another human being. Now, I want to spend a little bit of time on this because I think, from my experience, jurors have a hard time divorcing what we colloquially refer to as malice as to what is actually legally defined as malice. So when we all think of malice without having the legal context behind it, we all think that it means hatred, that it means ill will, that it means that an individual woke up that particular day and made a decision to kill, and it actually means none of that. It means that at the time that you did the act, you had the intention to kill without justification, without provocation, and without any sort of legal excuse to do so. So that is the malice in which you all have to find the defendant guilty of as it relates to count one murder. It is not the intent that Mr. Mosley, the defendant, intended to or hated the victim. It's the fact that he simply intended to point the gun at the victim and shoot him multiple times, killing him. That's the intent. It's the intent to kill without justification. Because when you point a gun at someone at the range that the defendant was at in relation to Mr. Mathis, the only foreseeable, reasonable consequence of that act, when you discharge that firearm at least twice in the direction of another human being, is that you're going to kill him. And that is the malice that is required as it relates to count one. It's going to be defined to you in two different ways: express malice and implied malice. It's a lot of legal jargon that I don't know why they've written the charge the way that they have, but it's legally defined as deliberate intention to unlawfully take away the life of another human being shown by external circumstances capable of proof. That is how express malice is defined as. And implied malice is defined as when no considerable provocation appears, when all the circumstances of the killing show an abandoned and malignant part. It's ultimately for you, ladies and gentlemen, as fact finders, to determine whether or not the defendant acted with malice at the time that he brandished a firearm, pointed it in the direction of another human being, and shot him at least twice. So that's the two types of malice that you have before you that you can consider as it relates to whether or not there was malice in this case. So that's the legal jargon that you decided on as it relates to how to define that. How I like to distill it down for most people who aren't writing a bunch of legal jargon is express malice is actions that are deliberate. It is deliberately taking your gun out, pointing it at another human being, and pulling the trigger, not just once, but at least twice, without any justifiable provocation. Justifiable provocation. Implied malice are actions that imply the willingness to hurt somebody. And oftentimes the acts that constitute express or implied malice are often the same. So for instance, in this case, the fact that the defendant intentionally pulled out a gun and pointed it and shot another human being is indicative of express malice. But implied malice is also when you shoot an unarmed person with no weapons, no knife, no nothing in his hands at the time that he's shot, and leaving him to suffer as he dies, while you casually take your backpack and saunter off to the MARTA train is indicative of implied malice. In either case, whether expressed or implied, malice just means that the killing was unjustified under the applicable law in this particular case. The defendant's actions in this particular case show a disregard for human life. He carried a weapon when he wasn't supposed to, pulled it out, pointed in the direction of another human being, and shot him. Again, as I stated before, premeditation is not required. So he didn't have to wake up that morning or even head off to the bus thinking that I'm going to kill DeMarco Mathis. The premeditation is not required. The malice required to form the intent behind malice murder can be formed at its meaning as soon as the defendant decides to pull out his firearm, decides to point the firearm, decides to pull the triggers when that malice can be generated in his mind to kill another human being. Now, as it relates to counts 2, 3, and 4, felony murder, it doesn't require an intent to kill. There's no express or implied malice that is a predicate for this particular charge. It doesn't even require that you intend to kill. It just means that you committed a felony. And during the course of that felony, there's a logical connection and causal connection between the predicate felony act that you perform and the death of another. And in this particular case, he's charged with 3 counts of felony murder. Count 1, count 5, aggravated assault for shooting Mr. Mathis. Count 2 for being a convicted felon. Count 7 for being a convicted felon while in possession of a firearm on August 11th, 2024. And then again on count 8 for being in possession of a firearm by a convicted felon for a separate conviction. Both of those are sufficient to show that there is a causal connection between the fact that he's a convicted felon in possession of a firearm. That firearm that he used while being a convicted felon resulted in the death of another. So the fact that even if he didn't intend to kill, the fact that he killed somebody while being a convicted felon with a firearm that he is accused of possessing for those predicate counts is the causal connection between the act of being in possession of a firearm by a convicted felon and the death of another. So as it relates to those predicate felonies, aggravated assault is an assault with a deadly weapon, which as a matter of law, a firearm and handgun is considered a deadly weapon, is used to assault someone. And by assaulting, I don't mean actually causing injury.
Yeah, these
because
parts,
actual injury
him
isn't required. Although in this
firing the
particular
gun,
case, we
that's
saw the autopsy
definitely a
photos
sure
of Mr.
deal.
Mathis's wounds to his torso as well as to his right arm. We know, in fact, there was in fact violent injury in this particular case. Mr. Mathis's gunshot wounds and the fact that he was assaulted by the defendant while he was in possession of a deadly weapon, a firearm, is sufficient to support the facts of count 5, aggravated assault. Count 6 is simply just that, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, which is that you are, during the commission of a felony, possessing a firearm. In this particular case, we've enumerated 3 felonies: murder, felony murder, and aggravated assault. So the fact that he was in possession of a firearm during the commission of at least one of the following felonies is sufficient in order for him to be found guilty on count 6, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony. Count 7, the fact that he had been previously convicted on January 22nd, 2014, under indictment number 13 SC 118174. On August 11th, the fact that he carried the weapon with him on the MARTA bus, the fact that he had the weapon on him on the train, the fact that he had the weapon with him on the platform, the fact that he had the weapon on him when he shot and killed DeMarco Mathis, and the fact that he took that weapon with him to back down the steps to the train, to the bus, to wherever it is he got off that day on August 11th is sufficient. Any one of those acts is sufficient. The fact that he carried the firearm to the scene where he killed Mr. Mathis is sufficient to convict him on this charge alone. The fact that he possessed a firearm on that day, August 11th, is sufficient to convict him on that charge alone. On count 8, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon during the commission of a felony involving a person of another. In this particular case, the fact that the defendant was a convicted felon, having been convicted under 12 SC 115756, a separate and distinct felony conviction from the previous count, and the fact that that count involved a particular qualifying charge that then supported this particular charge because he used this firearm against another human being while having been convicted of armed robbery on 12 SC 115756. The fact that he was convicted of that specific offense is what qualifies and triggers count 8. And the fact that he used it against another individual shows that he is guilty on count 8, possession of a firearm by convicted felon. On count 9, possession of a firearm by convicted felon. It is very similar to count 7 in the sense that he possessed a firearm, at least on this date, it was August 14th, because that was the day he was arrested, and a firearm was found in the attic where he was hiding in a blue box that ultimately came back to the weapon that was used by him on August 11th. That is sufficient to convict him on this charge. The fact that he was found in possession of a firearm on August 14th, 3 days after he murdered DeMarco Mathis, is sufficient to convict him on count 9. Now, based on the credibility of the defendant's testimony, self-defense doesn't really apply because nothing that he testified to actually happened the way he testified to it. But as it relates to the law on self-defense in instruction, since it's one of the defendant's offenses in this particular case, I'm going to tell you a little bit about the law as it relates to self-defense. And what self-defense and justification says is that you are justified in using deadly force to use it to cause the death or serious bodily injury of another under the following circumstances. You believe that the use of such force is necessary to prevent your own death. That you reasonably believe that pulling out a firearm and pointing it at another person and discharging that firearm in the direction of that person is reasonably necessary in order to prevent your own death and serious bodily harm. Or to the third person, but there's no facts or evidence to support that he was, in his own words, trying to defend anyone but himself. And again, the facts and the credibility of what he testified to has to be taken into consideration as to why he has the reason to say the things that he did on the stand versus everyone else. A person is not justified in using force. That person is committing a felony or the initial aggressor in this particular case. And there is a caveat to the law that says that the initial aggressor can withdraw and then subsequently can become justified in their actions using deadly force, but only if they clearly communicate that intent to the other individual that they're withdrawing themselves as the initial aggressor, and that person then continues to threaten the quote-unquote initial aggressor. At that point in time, the initial aggressor can use deadly force. It's not really applicable in this particular case, but it is something that you will be instructed on as it relates to the law on justification and self-defense. Now, the concept of excessive force is that even if you are defending yourself, if you use more force than what is actually reasonably necessary to protect yourself, you are not justified in defending yourself. The actions that you take in that particular instance is considered to be excessive, and despite whatever reasoning you give for why it is you did what you did to quote unquote defend yourself, you no longer enjoy the umbrella of justification and self-defense. In this particular case, the defendant shot Mr. Mathis not just once, but at least twice. And at no point in time was there any objects in his hand such that the defendant could have thought that he was defending himself, such that the defendant reasonably could have thought that he needed to discharge his firearm twice at another human being. Shooting an unarmed man is excessive in every which way possible you can conceive. And there has been no evidence other than the defendant's own self-serving testimony as it relates to what transpired on the night of August 11th, 2020. The defendant has to be reasonable in applying the force that results in the death or serious bodily injury of another. That a reasonable person in the defendant's position would have thought that the only course of threat at that particular time would be the use of said deadly force in order to protect himself. It is the reasonableness behind that belief that justifies the act, the reasonableness. Now, you're also going to be read and charged that words or threats in and of itself, unaccompanied by nothing else other than words, is not sufficient for the authorization and use of deadly force. So if I tell Mr. Abad, I want to kill you, the fact that I say that does not then allow him to brandish a firearm in my direction and shoot. The fact that I make any threats just by words alone is not sufficient to justify anybody in using deadly force. And only when verbal threats are accompanied by menacing actions could it justify the use of deadly force.
My guess is that Mr. Mosley knows this, read this, and that is why he's made up the story. Oh, I think he showed me something that looked like a gun. He concealed something I thought was a gun with his phone. So yeah, I think Mr. Mosley knows about this statute, and that was why he was making up this absolutely ridiculous story of self-defense.
The defendant said, and we'll get to a little bit about his statement and the credibility thereof, that at first the victim flashed something in his book bag on direct, and then switched it up and started adding things on cross-examination with Mr. Body, where he then made mention of this object in his hand and the cell phone that the victim was allegedly using to cover up the quote-unquote object that he didn't know was or wasn't a gun, and attempted to threaten the defendant. That was not something that he voluntarily put forth in his direct examination when describing the offense. In fact, that is a whole other thing that he added on cross. At first, he said that they were just sitting on the bench and he just shows him an object in his book bag, and it was so fast it was like a flash. He didn't even know what it was, and then it transformed on cross to, yeah, the victim just before I shot him had this thing in his hand and he was covering up his cell phone. None of that happened. And even assuming that, according to his version of events on direct examination, that the victim showed him something in his bag, does not in and of itself. Then later on, when the victim says, I'm going to bribe you, or have you ever been shot, whatever it is that he said, does not then justify the death of another human being. That's not even what happened, because it doesn't make sense. And the fact that he continued to add on to things during his cross-examination, as opposed to being voluntarily upfront about it on direct, when he had an opportunity and was given that opportunity to describe in detail what actually happened that led up to the events, there was no mention of this object in his hand that he was pointing it in the direction of Mr. Matthews, or excuse me, Mr. Mosley. There was none. And so a lot of what he testified to is unreasonable when taken at its word, with no other evidence to corroborate. The first, he testifies that there was a $50,000 bounty on his head that everyone magically knew about it. Then a supervisor at a chicken plant decided that they wanted to cover it up and not go forward with a complaint. Well, we had the person that would have been in receipt of the complaints. There was no mention of any $50,000 bounty that he was aware of. There was no mention by the probation officer about the $50,000 bounty that the defendant testified that he was aware of. There was nothing like that. So the idea that everyone at the chicken plant knew about this bounty and that anybody could be collecting on it is unreasonable. The fact that the defendant testified that DeMarco Mathis took something from his backpack and presented it as a gun, which he did not testify to on direct, which is important because that is his opportunity to tell you. He doesn't have to add on to stuff on cross-examination, but he did. He says that the victim took something out of his backpack and presented it as a gun, even though there's uncontroverted evidence that no one manipulated the scene after the shooting, and that the backpack was zipped up when officers arrived on scene. So you're saying that the victim took something out of his bag, presented it as a firearm, and then zipped up the bag? Like he has enough time to think about doing all that if he's trying to rob this guy? Does that make sense? Is that reasonable? Or does it fall under the category of unreasonable and not credible? The defendant testified that the reason he ran away is because he just shot and killed somebody and he didn't want to be caught by the police because he didn't know what they were going to do to him, right? He was afraid of that. But he's not afraid of this dude that is allegedly flashing weapons in front of him and he's just sitting side by side with him on a bench, not moving. Does that make any sense? I mean, he said he was cautious at that point. He didn't shoot him as soon as he said, hey, have you ever been shot? Or what if somebody robs you? He said he was overly cautious, but he didn't get, he wasn't concerned enough to run away. He was only concerned enough when he shot and killed somebody. Does that make any sense? That during this encounter, during this conversation, despite feeling uneasy, that he wouldn't just get up and go to the other bench and say, I'm done with you? He would just continue sitting there, and the only reason why he would flee is he shoots somebody? Not because someone was threatening him, but because he shot somebody, and of course police are going to get involved every time you shoot somebody. That's what leads him to flee, not the fact that he's quote unquote, in his mind, in his words, being threatened. The defendant said that the victim was pointing an object. Well, we never saw that object on scene, and more importantly, he never pointed it out because it doesn't exist. There's crime scene photos. There's body camera footage. There's all this stuff that we saw. He had an opportunity to point it out, but he couldn't. He couldn't even describe what the object was. All he said was that it was in the victim's hands and that it fell out after he shot. Where did we see that in any of the crime scene photos, in any of the body camera footage, in any of the surveillance video? And in fact, let's look at the surveillance video. Let's look at the point in time when Mr. Mathis was being shot.
Okay, trigger warning if they actually show it. This closing argument so far is much better than anything in the state's case in chief. Not because they had all the facts, so it's not that hard. But now showing passion, yeah, I would assume, yeah, I understand why, because it is insulting to the human mind what the defendant made up. Hi, Dave.
Where do you see anything fall out of his hands? He said that he had it in his hands, both hands. Where do you see anything fall out of his hands? It's because what he testified to did not happen the way he wants you to believe. It happened exactly as how it's depicted on that surveillance video. He got up, he pointed the gun, and he shot an unarmed man. Never seems to be cooperating. But I'm coming at a conclusion. What I can say is this, ladies and gentlemen, you've had all the evidence, you'll be given the applicable law. In this particular case, there is no evidence to suggest anything of what the defendant said was in fact credible in or true. There is every bit of evidence to suggest that this was a callous, reckless, deliberate act where he pointed a gun at an unarmed person and shot him multiple times. And state respectfully asks that you, ladies and gentlemen, hold him accountable for that by finding him guilty of each and every count in the indictment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rao. Ms. Wood?
Okay, let's see if the defense puts up a closing argument.
I just want to make sure, is the Zoom going to keep playing at 5 o'clock?
Let's find out. I don't know. Ms. Nelson, do you know, will we make it past 5 o'clock on our Zoom? We're not staying super late tonight, but they don't want the feed to stop up at
Yes, yes, it'll keep going, Judge. It'll be ended by the host.
Great.
Correct.
So as long as you don't end it, Ms. Wood, we're good.
Try not to.
Oh yeah, this is the defense attorney who, in the 5-minute opening statement, said the words, "My client is a convicted felon. So is Donald Trump." Yeah, I have the entire 5 minutes defense opening statement is on a separate video if you want to listen to it. Yeah. That really happened.
Good. Oh, there's a delay. I forgot. I stood up here on Tuesday and I told you all that this is a case about Xavier Mosley making a decision to defend himself. And I stand on that today. The state has not proven to you otherwise. This is not a case about what's on that video. It's a case about what's missing. What you don't see, what you don't hear in that video. Missing audio, the giant column that is obstructing the view, the lack of eyewitnesses, even though we know there was at least one there in the bus loop who actually saw what was happening. The state of Georgia, the government, thinks they've got this case all figured out. But the truth of the matter is, they weren't there, neither were you. This case hinges on everything the state of Georgia, the government, cannot prove here. And if they don't prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt, you must acquit Xavier in this case. Now, Mr. Bell got up here and started off talking about the state's burden. And I always find it interesting when the state wants to tell you about what they don't have to prove in this case, right? So I think you all can see this well, but I'll just walk you through. This is a chart that shows the levels of proof, okay? So down here at the bottom of the staircase, we've got no evidence, no trace whatsoever of anything. So that's, of course, a not guilt, right? And if you go up a few steps, you get to reasonable suspicion. That's all it takes in the state of Georgia for an officer to stop you and frisk you and start an investigation. It's not based on a hunch or a guess. It has to be based on something specific, something in particular, right? Still, that's not guilty. One step above gets us to probable cause. That's all an officer needs to arrest someone. It's got to have something for that, right? But it's still not guilty. It's not enough proof. Traveling on up the staircase, ponderance. That is the greater weight or amount of evidence. That's all you need to win a personal injury auto collision case, right? But in this situation, still not enough. Still would have to be a not guilty. And if you go up one more step, you get to clear and convincing evidence. That's a belief that the allegations are true. That's all the state of Georgia needs to take away your child. But in this situation, still not enough. Still not guilty. And here at the very top of the staircase is beyond a reasonable doubt. That is the highest burden in all the land. And the state has to prove each and every element of this case beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, Mr. Rout talked to you about—
Folks, I am very pro-defense. That's not news to anybody who have seen me before. I'm at beyond reasonable doubt.
a box of cereal at Publix or at the grocery store. And he used this example of you're buying honey bunches of oats, and basically it's the idea that that's going to be honey bunches of oats in there when you purchase it. But you don't actually know that until you get home and you open up the bag. You don't know if it's going to be contaminated, there's a dead bug in there. That happens, right? You don't know that for a fact when you're buying that box of cereal until you get to the house and open the bag up.
That's an interesting allegory.
Now, again, I just said a little bit about reasonable doubt, and I'm going to talk about that for a minute. So you'd be authorized to find Xavier guilty only if the evidence, whether direct, circumstantial, or both, excludes each and every reasonable theory of innocence and proves the guilt of Xavier beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, I want to talk to you about some examples of reasonable doubt in this case. The reasons to doubt the state's case in this scenario. I want to start with the investigation. It is tearing the state up that I told you all about that knife in the backpack. Mr. Rouse stood before you and said multiple times DeMarco Mathis was unarmed, and that is a bold-faced lie. He had a knife in his backpack, and you all would not have known about that but for me bringing that up. The state does not want you to know that there was a deadly weapon in his backpack.
So, Miss Defense Attorney, I understand, but that's not a gun. And where on that video do you see Mr. Mathis zipping up his backpack again? Nowhere. Which tells us whatever he had in that backpack was never shown. And here is another thing I believe happened. Once Mr. Mason knew about what they found in, because it's in discovery. It's always in discovery. That is when Mr. Mosley made up this story.
They don't want you to know that. What else do they not want to know? Detective Starow, the investigator, never bothered to actually do a full investigation here. Never bothered to take himself up to Marietta, Georgia, not that far away, talk to coworkers. Maybe he would have learned about the bounty on Xavier's head if he had taken the time to do that. But he did, because he saw the video, the surveillance. We got him, call it a day. That's all they did. No investigation into the why. Nothing. Never.
Nobody was claiming there was a bounty until Mr. Mosley took the stand today. Oh, well, on Thursday. Nothing, nowhere about the bounty. How is this cop supposed to look for bounty if they never knew about it? Well, because it never was one. Because Mr. Mosley made it up on the stand Thursday.
Talked to friends and family of Xavier outside of Erica. Never spoke to Mr. Mathis's friends and family to see if there was anything else to flesh out there as part of the investigation. Didn't bother. No fingerprints were taken. The crime scene technician didn't even go to the actual scene of the shooting. I mean, that's suspect. That's just, the math is not mathing here. And again, that video, everything that happened leading up to this incident is obstructed by that column. And you all will get to watch that video again. I'm sure, because Mr. Rao just played it really quickly right then. You all can watch it again and see for yourself. There's a huge column obstructed the view. So we don't actually see everything that goes down. And that reminds me, was there any other surveillance footage, a different angle at Marta that Detective Starow didn't bother to get? We don't know.
So why didn't you ask that of those officers when you had the chance during their testimony? Half of it took a day and a half before you asked the first question to any of the witnesses. I believe the first question she asked was on witness number 12.
And if you decide to review the video, please pay close attention. Because the state, one of their witnesses wants you to believe that Xavier not only fired, but then turned around and slid over the body again and fired again. That is not on the video. And again, I told you on Tuesday, we can't hear anything on the video. Xavier bravely got on the stand and told you his truth, that he felt threatened, that he was scared for his life.
And there, I was waiting for that. This is the difference between, because she can't put her own credibility at stake here. She said Mr. Xavier went up there and told his truth. She didn't say the truth. This is a quite common defense attorney, how to word something. Now, she's a defense attorney. This is all she has to work with. This is everything she has. And I understand her. Most defense attorneys would put up similar defenses. Now, can you claim, oh, she must have known it was a clear lie? Yeah, but here's the thing. Unless the client tells the attorney, I'm going to lie on the stand, it doesn't really matter what you believe as a defense attorney. You have to zealously advocate for your client. And she does. And she does it real well. But she stretches it. She really does. As she should.
But we actually cannot say for certain what actually happened because there's no audio. We weren't there, ladies and gentlemen. Now, I want to walk you through the state's witnesses. Witnesses who did not witness a thing. We started off with Miss Littles. She was a nice lady. She's not a cop, but she had fun playing one for this trial. She didn't witness anything. She also told us that she saw someone standing across from the bus loop, but she didn't bother to get a name or contact information or to follow up and, maybe, hey, text aside, reach out to this person, see if they actually saw or heard anything. She didn't do any of that. You would think if a shooting just happened, that would be important, right? But she didn't do it. Then we had Mr. Thompson, the bus driver from Cobb County, nice guy. But his story doesn't actually add up with what we actually see on the video. And he also told us he was busy making sure he had passengers on his bus. So he wasn't fully engaged in observing what was happening. Sure, he told us they seemed calm and just chatting, but he wasn't focused on the two strangers sitting on the bench. He had passengers he was getting ready to pull off. He even had his back turned, he said, at the time of the incident. He literally told us on the stand that he saw Xavier stand over DeMarco, and that is simply not on the video. He also told us that he stood around and waited for the police, but then he had no recollection of his interaction with the police officers. Again, no one bothered to check with the eyewitness across from the bus loop. Why? Why not? Okay, so now I'll talk about the actual law enforcement witnesses and their investigation lack thereof. Officer Marthone, first officer on the scene, also a witness who didn't witness anything.
Yep, they still the martial arts.
Again, no testimony. I don't even think he cased the area to see if there was a suspect or if he didn't find anyone, but also didn't bother to check with eyewitnesses. And when you watch, if you decide to watch the video again, you'll see there were other people milling about as well. It's a MARTA station, it's in a busy part of town. Did anybody bother to check for eyewitnesses? It sure doesn't seem like it. Sergeant Pullen, same thing. I find it interesting. The state wants to make a big deal about Mr. Bruce not knowing anything about DeMarco and Xavier. He's the boss. Did he look like a man that's going to go to his chicken plant at midnight and talk to the guys who are cleaning up chicken guts? I don't think so. Of course he doesn't know. You think there wasn't people that actually worked with DeMarco and Xavier that could have actually told the detectives a little bit? Probably. But did they do that? No. Because again, they had this surveillance, so we got him, that's all we need to know. And they stopped there. Detective 3 was sent to tip top, but again, did not bother to speak with anyone who worked in the sanitation department, didn't bother to speak to anyone who may have known anything about Xavier or anything about DeMarco. And then we had investigator Burhalter, nice guy. He was on the scene at the Jernigan Drive address. So what he knows about the actual incident was limited. But he kept mentioning this other detective. State never put that person on the stand. So again, what was the point of having investigator Burhalter brought in? I do not know. We had another detective. Didn't know very much. He was just on the scene. Didn't check to see who the firearm belonged to. Did not even search the back dock. Again, not sure why that person was brought in. And then we heard from crime scene tech Nelson, who you would think, or at least
Miss Defense Attorney, you put your client, the defendant, well, not you, he wanted to testify, he testified, and he testified he got the gun 8 months before this incident, and he used it to shoot.
I would think that for a murder investigation, you would want to send your crime scene tech to the actual place where the shooting happened. Why not? Why wouldn't you send her there? Didn't go to the actual scene, no DNA swabs, no fingerprints, couldn't even tell us if a 380 could fire a 9mm round. That's an officer. That is a law enforcement officer. And then we get to Detective Starow. This was his second murder investigation. Only been a detective for about 5 months. Everybody's got to start somewhere. He was only called to that scene because the detective on duty was busy elsewhere. And you all, great questions, by the way. One of your questions, he ended up telling us in the course of answering your questions, that his report is actually inaccurate. What else is inaccurate if not the time is wrong? What else is wrong in his report?
The inaccuracy here is that he got, as you said, the time was off in the report. And if you look there at bullet point 4, where she writes, didn't even arrive until 11:22, 2.5 hours. And then she keeps writing, but then told us his notes were inaccurate. So who knows what else about his investigation is inaccurate? I'm not a fan of that.
He couldn't even remember the names of the people he spoke to, and I also messed up because he said Consuelo, so I said Consuelo. It was actually Donald West. He didn't actually investigate anything. He told us key parts of a murder investigation were farmed out to other detectives. And then the state didn't even bother to bring those detectives in. By the way, I'm gonna get ahead of this because Mr. Biden might try to make a big deal out of it. The state may try to say Ms. Wood could have subpoenaed those detectives. The answer is why would I? Because I don't have to prove this case, they do. Ladies and gentlemen, Detective Starow should be ashamed of himself. He got up here on this witness stand for a murder case and told you he didn't bother to go to Tip Top. He didn't bother to speak to family members. He didn't bother to check for additional CCTV footage. For all we know, Marty's got another camera facing the side that's not reflected by the column. Who knows? We don't know because he didn't do it. How can we trust the government's assessment of what happened here when their lead detective told you his report is inaccurate? It's not good enough. This is a murder case. That's not good enough. Detective Starow was not going to tell you all about that knife. The knife found on DeMarco Mathis's person. That is a deadly weapon, ladies and gentlemen. That is a deadly weapon. He told us with a straight face he could lose his job for mishandling evidence. And he wasn't going to tell us about a black knife. He couldn't even recall the size, the shape. Was it a hunting knife? Was it a pocket knife? Was it a machete? We don't know. Was it photographed? No. Was it processed in? No. Thank God he put it on a piece of paper. Otherwise, we wouldn't even know about it.
That is a mistake.
The buck should stop with Detective Starow. And they say the fish rots from the head while this investigation reeks. Again, we would not even know about this if we had not put it up here. Plain as day. First item on his description of property and evidence, black knife. kind of important, don't you think? For a murder investigation, another deadly weapon is found not only at the
Again, the backpack was zipped closed. If what Mr. Mosley says is correct, when did he zip it up?
scene, but in the decedent's property, in his backpack. You may be asking yourself, why? Why didn't Detective Starow make a big deal about this? Why didn't the state make a big deal about it? It's because they didn't want you to know about it. Well, we cleared this up because Xavier got on the stand and told you his truth. But no one in Martin Police Department or Atlanta Police Department or any other of the line of law enforcement that we saw, no one bothered to figure out where did the gun come from. And again, this is a murder case. It's kind of important. Now, the judge is going to give you the law. And it's going to say, I think this is the pattern charge that we put on here. So sometimes the defendant's use of force is legally justified, therefore it's not a crime. A defendant is justified in using force that is intended or likely to cause death or serious bodily injury when he reasonably believes that the use of such force is necessary to prevent death or serious bodily injury to himself. Xavier did not have to get on the stand. We, the defense, have no burden. Y'all may have thought that I wasn't going to do anything because that first day I was not asking any questions, and that would have been completely fine. Because I don't have to do anything. The burden lies with the government, okay? But Xavier wanted you all to know his truth. The story of what happened, and sure, he was nervous. I would be nervous too if I had to sit in front of strangers and let out of body contact. But he got up here and he bravely told you his story. He told you about his past, about the mistakes that he's made. Okay,
Hi, Derek.
He told you that. We're not trying to hide that. I told you at the beginning of this trial, he's got a past. Please don't be distracted by that. Got on the stand, told you about his past, told you about his life at the time of this incident. That's not easy with strangers to be that vulnerable. Wasn't an easy life. I have to travel almost 3 hours just to get to a chicken plant to clean up chicken guts overnight. And then have to travel 3 hours again back to your residence. But he told you about his life and what happened that day, because he wanted you all to know the truth, that he genuinely feared for his life. He truly felt that he was about to be in harm's way. And Mr. Abadi made the point, you could have gotten off and you could have left and everything else he said. But Xavier is trying to get his life back together. He needed to go to work that night because he's trying to get back on track, okay? So it's not unusual to me that someone who really needs that job wouldn't want to miss work because of this issue or whatever was said. He truly feared for his life in those moments, and he told us as such. And he's justified in using that weapon because not only did he believe that a commission of a forcible felony was about to be committed against him because DeMarco had a knife, but he also was justified because he thought that knife or that gun or whatever was in the bag could have been used to cause death or seriously bodily injury. And that's not unreasonable because, again, there was a deadly weapon in the backpack of the decedent. and again. None of us actually know what happened in those 30 minutes because we can't see fully what's going on behind that column, and we don't hear what's actually happening. This is another charge that the judge will go over with you. Grave suspicion. Facts and circumstances that merely place upon the defendant a grave suspicion of the crime charged, or that merely raise a speculation or conjecture of the defendant's guilt, are simply not enough. It's not sufficient to authorize a conviction of Xavier. That means maybe, or probably, or most likely. Not enough. That is not enough.
For me, believing Mr. Mosley's story, that's pure speculation. That is an unreasonable doubt.
For the state to meet their burden in this case. And if you have reasons to doubt, and you should, then that's a question. And that's an unsettled mind. And that means you're unwavering. And if that is the case, then by law, you have to acquit Xavier. Again, judge will talk on this when he gives the jury charge, but essentially, Xavier, like I just said, was owning up to his past. Cannot use that against him other than for this limited purpose of the case here today.
Thanks, Derek. That is so nice of you. Thank you so much for a £2 super chat.
So there's one slide that I left out, and it's
Thank
about
you.
sympathy, and I believe it's in our draft jury charges. You have to decide this case on the facts. I talked to you on Tuesday about listening to the facts and then taking the law the judge gives you to seek truth, right? And that is what your job is. Sympathy for DeMarco or sympathy for Xavier has to be left outside of the jury room. You have to decide this case based on what the state has presented, and you have to decide if what they presented is enough to get them to the highest burden in all the land, which is beyond a reasonable doubt. Every question in your mind that is unanswered is a doubt, a reasonable doubt. The state has not proved this case, and you must acquit because they have not met that burden. Now, I'm about to sit down, and I'm scared because I know I am probably forgetting to tell y'all about 15 different things. And so when I go sit down over there, I'm going to think of everything that I wanted to tell y'all that I forgot. And this is my only chance to speak to y'all. The state, because they have the burden, they get to go with it. And so they're going to come up here and tell you why I'm wrong. But I want you to remember that the law is that they have the burden and they have to prove each and every element of this crime beyond a reasonable doubt. Not me, not Xavier. So when you're in the jury room deliberating, I want you to remember the government did not even bother to figure out the why in this case. They didn't bother to fully investigate, even though someone lost their life here. And it is truly tragic that DeMarco passed away. No one is disputing that. The district attorney's office got this case and they indicted it without clearing up all of this, without figuring out the why.
Yes, Derek, this
Many
is
times the case,
closing
and Xavier has been
argument.
coming back and forth to court over the course of the year. And he has maintained his innocence from day one, that this was about self-defense. And I just want
No, he actually haven't, Miss Defense Attorney. Now, before trial, it was presented that he would have a defense of self-defense. But what it was, what he told, the absolute ridiculous thing he told on the stand, no, those details were not in pre-trial.
to point out, to actually take a case to trial, especially in Fulton County, someone has to be sure of themselves, right? It's not easy to leave your life in the hands of 12 strangers. You don't have to like Xavier. You don't have to like me to know that he's not guilty of murder. So, I mean, like I said, I'm gonna sit down and forget or probably forget, or remember what I forgot to tell y'all. But I want you to remember that when you get back there, if you have any questions at your time, you must acquit. So I'm asking you to find Xavier not guilty. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wood. Mr. Rao, are you doing part 2 also? Mr. Abadi, how long do you forecast part 2 lasting? You have, just so you know, you've got an hour and 10.
Less than that.
But an hour and 9 is less than that. So is 5 minutes. 45 minutes? Okay, I turn to the jury. You won't get the case today, regardless of whether.
Yeah, it continued the next day. So let's go to
You would answer.
the next day.
I got about 20 minutes.
Oh, because it's a Friday for Lethbridge, right? Well, after 9:30, all our jurors are here, and they may be restocking. Their snack basket was empty, and they were.
All right, here we go. Rebuttal.
All jurors are present and accounted for.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. Everyone else can be seated. Good morning, jurors. Welcome back. Happy birthday, Juror 41. Nice of you to be here on your birthday, now that you had a choice, but I trust your colleagues are taking good care of you. And we were not taking good care of you. I apologize. They brought the little Goldilocks basket back and it had like tooth marks on it. It was empty and someone had been gnawing on it. So we did our best to replenish it. And then Deputy Gordon came running in. They need water. Then he came running in. They need coffee. So you're a needy bunch. But we're doing our best to keep you supplied with non-expired foods and beverages. Lunch will probably be brought in today. There's a new lunch ordering system that was put in place by the county. So it may not work, but the team is exploring that. And we'll talk more about that after we get through what we need to this morning. But that's one way that we try to facilitate deliberations, is say, hey, you can keep doing what you're doing. We'll bring the food in, etc. More on that later. Where we left off yesterday, we heard the state's closing part 1, and then the entirety of the defense closing. We broke for the day. So what remains is what we call the rebuttal of the state summation. It sounds like Mr. Abate will be doing that. So he will speak to you all for a bit, and then I will, at long last, give you the law that you must apply to the facts as you find them to be. With that, Mr. Abate, when you're ready.
One of the last things that we heard yesterday, right before the defense counsel sat down, was how not easy it was for the defendant to sit before each and every one of you and tell you his truth, is what she called it, tell you his story. It was not easy for him to talk about the trials and tribulations he's had in his life. It was not easy for him to tell you about August 11th of 2024. Let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, from the evidence, from the video surveillance, from all of the things that you've seen, what was easy for the defendant? It was easy for the defendant to stand up and pull that trigger. He pulled that trigger with ease. He pulled that trigger with confidence. He pulled that trigger without any issue. And he pulled that trigger as he pointed the gun at an unarmed man. At an unarmed man who sat on the bench. Now, the defense counsel wants you to believe that Mr. Mathis was armed because he had a knife. But ladies and gentlemen, you heard from the defendant yesterday. He didn't even know he had a knife. The knife was tucked in his bag. No one knew about the knife until Detective Starow got back to the station and did an inventory of the bag. But what the defendant told you yesterday was that he didn't know anything about a knife. So this whole knife red herring is nothing but that. It's a red herring because nobody knew about it. It wasn't a deadly weapon that Mr. Mathis used to threaten the defendant. You can't threaten somebody with something they don't know about. The only way you can describe the actions of this defendant on August 11th, 2024 is his decision to kill. Mr. Mathis was conscious, deliberate, and was intentional. And he did it with ease. He did it with ease. He did it with ease, as you guys have heard 1,000 times during this trial, on August 11th of 2024 at the Midtown Arts Center station down at 1255 West Peachtree Street here in Atlanta, Georgia, Fulton County. You may wonder why we asked all the witnesses. You know, it is 1255 West Peachtree Street in Atlanta, Fulton County. One of the elements of everything that we have to prove is that each and every one of the crimes occurred in Fulton County. That the venue for each one of the count committed indictment is Fulton County. And what the state has been able to prove beyond a reasonable doubt over the course of the last 3 or 4 days is that this defendant murdered Mr. Mathis. He murdered him. He pointed the gun at him and shot him after they had sat and talked for 31 minutes. Now, something that Mr. Rao touched upon yesterday, but didn't talk about at length was motive. And what the judge is going to tell you is that proof of particular motive is not required, and that it is legally required. All that is legally required to prove murder is that there was an unlawful killing. Motive is like a bonus. And you may ask why. And before defense counsel sat down yesterday, she kept saying, Detective Starow didn't go look for the why, the why, the why. That's because the only person who can tell you the why, the only person that's still breathing that can tell you why, is the person sitting right there. The person sitting right there who had the opportunity to tell Detective Starow why, but he didn't. What he told Detective Starow was that his relationship or friendship with Mr. Mathis was cordial. Didn't tell him anything about needing to defend himself, about the weapon, about feeling threatened, uneasy, a bounty. He told him none of that. Absolutely none of that. And why didn't he tell him any of that? Because it's not true. None of it happened. That's why. You want to know who else wanted to know why? Was DeMarco Mathis. You heard from Michael Thompson, who sat before each and every one of you and testified about what he remembered, testified that he did a written statement, which was admitted into evidence. And he said that he watched the two men sitting on the bench. Everything seemed normal, cordial, nothing out of the ordinary. And then the defendant rose, pointed the gun, stood over him, and shot him. And he said, as Mr. Mathis rolled to the floor in pain and agony, his last words, his dying breaths were, why? 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 He wanted to know why too. He didn't know why the person who he had been sitting next to, the person he had been waiting on the bus for, the person he was going to the same place of work with, stood up and in a second ended his life. And he wanted to know why. But he didn't get that answer. Now, I'm going to go through quickly, because you guys have heard at length what the evidence is and how it applies to the laws the judge is going to give you at the end of the trial when you go back into the deliberation room. And I broke it down into 4 categories. There's the evidence and the lack thereof. There's the witness testimony, which includes the investigation, corroboration, and then the defendant's actions, the words, his inactions, and the things he did and say. And ladies and gentlemen, I want to be clear, the defendant has absolutely no burden. The burden rests solely with the state to prove each and every element of the indictment beyond a reasonable doubt. But when the defendant took that stand, there are certain things he didn't say. And I want you to think about that. There's certain things that he chose not to tell you. There's certain things that were clearly not true. That goes to credibility, the things that Mr. Rao talked to you about yesterday, as you weigh the facts and the evidence, testimony, from everything that has come in during the course of this trial. But let's talk about the evidence. There's the video surveillance, and you've got the surveillance that is the most important, and that's the shooting, the silent witness, because there's no audio to the shooting. We don't know what's being said. We have absolutely no idea what's being said. But you know who could have told you and could have played the video as he testified and pointed to you at the times that he said that Mr. Mathis reached into his bag, that Mr. Mathis pulled out a gun. But first he didn't see what item it was, but then it evolved into the gun that he pulled out of his bag. Then he covered it with his phone, put it to his hip, pointed and threatened. He didn't show you where that happened anywhere on the video. He didn't pull up the video during his direct examination and show you where everything he was acting out and telling you happened. That's because it didn't. That's because it absolutely did not happen. And if he would have showed you on the video, he would have showed you that everything that he was talking about, that everything he looked each and every one of you in the eyes and told you yesterday was a lie. That's why that wasn't done. He executed Mr. Mathis. He stood up, turned, and shot him in a second, ending his life. There's absolutely no justification. Absolutely no justification. You see right before the defendant stands up, he's kind of rocking back and forth. And yes, there's absolutely no audio, but it's as if he's laughing. He's rocking back and forth, laughing. You see literally the victim doing nothing. And then he stands up and shoots him. It's an execution. Now I would go through each one of the video surveillance clips, but there's really no point because those clips were used to determine the identification of Mr. Mosley. And that's not an issue because he sat here and told you that he was the one who pulled the trigger when that gun was pointed at Mr. Mathis. The physical evidence that's collected from the scene and the evidence that the defendant told you should be there, but is not. You've got the 2 cartridge cases from the defendant pointing and shooting Mr. Mathis. You've got Mr. Mathis's book bag that you have photographs of in the exhibits that is on the bench that he was seated on before he was shot and rolled off in agony, wondering why. And the lack of the evidence that the defendant told you should be there. The things on the ground were Mr. Mathis's shoes after he fell to the ground and rolled in agony. That was the evidence you found on the ground. What was not found was his phone, was a gun. Because the defendant sat there and told you that when Mr. Mathis pulled out this gun, that at first he didn't see, but then he saw towards the end of his cross-examination, he did see a gun, that it was Mr. Mathis pulled the gun out of his book bag, secured it with his phone, and seconds after he pointed that gun at the defendant and threatened him as he pointed it, covering it with his phone, that's when he told you he stood up and shot Mr. Mathis. Well, ladies and gentlemen, if that was true, there would be a phone and a gun laying on the floor. And we know that the first person, because you could see it on the video, that gets to the victim who's bleeding and in agony is Mr. Thompson. He told you he didn't see a weapon, saw no gun, and he wasn't asked any questions. What he told you was uncontroverted, unchallenged. It was the truth. Then you heard from Miss Little, and she was there seconds after the shooting, right after Mr. Thompson. She too told you she saw no weapon, absolutely no weapon. Then you heard from Officer Marcone, who showed up minutes later, told you the exact same thing. All three of their testimony in regards to a weapon is uncontroverted, unchallenged, absolutely unchallenged. Next, you heard about the evidence that was located in the defendant's home. Now, we'll spend a lot of time on that because that evidence was important, again, for identification. That through the investigation of Detective Starow, he was able to find the exact same clothes that he tracked from the Marta Arts Center station all the way to East Point Station and to the bus and the bus route that this defendant used on a regular basis. He found the gun as well as the Marta Breeze card from the days of footage that he watched on August 5th, where the defendant tapped in that plaid button down, as well as his tip-top ID. But all of that became less important in the sense that the defendant admitted all of those items were his. He took away the argument of identity.
Hey, Derek, thank you for being a member for 7 months. Thank you for your continuous support of this channel. And if anybody else is thinking about it, well, it's $3 a month on YouTube. And you get access to all my members only content. You get access to your own emojis here on YouTube. And you get access to my Discord. And before I forget it, hello, you folks over at Rumble. Yes, I am streaming this on Rumble as well. Hi, Slidey Pie. Hi, Low Light Recovery. Hi, Penitent Tangent. Good to have you here. Good to have you here.
Because he said it was him. Now, if this will work, we'll watch the last moments of Mr. Mathis's life. And ladies and gentlemen, what you see there in the last moments of Mr. Mathis's life is not somebody who's threatening someone else with a gun pulled to their side, covered by their phones. You see someone who's caught off guard, unsuspecting, and surprised that the person he'd been sitting next to just pulled a firearm on him. And here you see the defendant walking away from where he had just shot the victim, and there's Field Protective Specialist Little, second behind the defendant, right there. She told you she literally heard the gunshots and went straight to the area. She wasn't playing cop. She was doing her job. She was observing and going to help patrons like she told you she was doing. She never acted, or she never told you she wanted to be a cop. She never told you she was trying to be someone she wasn't. She was just doing her job. The next series of photos are just still shots of what you just saw. And what you just saw is an unarmed, unsuspecting, defenseless man get murdered. These are the other items of physical evidence that we found. You've got the two cartridge casings or shell casings that were ejected from the gun that the defendant was illegally carrying. You've got the book bag that is as you can clearly see, zipped at on all pockets, before Detective Starow collects it on August 11th of 2024. Then you have the physical items I just spoke about that were collected from the defendant's home that ultimately prove that Detective Stadow's investigation as it relates to the identity of the shooter, Xavier Mosley, was absolutely correct. That his thorough investigation, that his hours and hours of review of video surveillance from August 11th all the way into August 5th was correct. Then you had your witness testimony, and you heard from Michael Thompson, and we talked a lot about Michael Thompson, so I won't belabor or rehash things that we just talked about. But the key points to remember is that he, again, was the first person who you can see on the video immediately come in contact with Mr. Mathis and saw no weapon of any kind. And what's important about what Mr. Thompson told you is that he immediately took notice of the individual sitting at the bench and saw nothing out of the ordinary, nothing uncommon, nothing, as he said, that wasn't normal until this defendant stood up and stood over the victim and shot. You heard through Mr. Thompson, DeMarco Mathis's last words, wanting to know why this person he had just been sitting next to shot and killed him. You heard from Terry Bruce, and the main takeaways from Terry Bruce is the lack of evidence, that there was no documentation in the workplace in regards to any issues or conflict between the victim and the defendant, between the defendant and anyone at work. Mr. Bruce, the COO of the company, told you he had access to those documents, and there was no documentation at all in regards to any conflicts between the defendant and the victim, and between the defendant and anyone who worked in the company. You heard from Eric Meadowby, the former significant other of the defendant, and she told you that she broke up with the defendant the Sunday before he was arrested. That would be Sunday, August 11th, the day in which he shot and killed his coworker, who he had been alleging and accusing Miss Menifee of having outside affairs, infidelity with his coworkers. And the irony is not lost on the fact that this happens on the day in which she ends the relationship, and it happens to someone the defendant worked with, a coworker. Everything that Miss Menifee said came true, was true. It's what the facts and the evidence showed. And that's motive, ladies and gentlemen. Now, can I tell you with absolute certainty that was the motive, that was the reason why this defendant killed Mr. Mathis? No. But it's clear Mr. Mathis didn't know why either. Because his last words were why? And the only person who knows is this defendant. And after listening to his testimony, it's something about a bounty, is what I've gathered. But the person he had been dating for over 2 years, who he lived with, lived together, shared his life with, never mentioned anything about a bounty. She wasn't asked about a bounty. And the defendant has absolutely no burden. But if there was a bounty and she knew about it, you better believe there would have been a question asked by defense counsel. And there wasn't, because this bounty didn't exist. This conflict stemmed from the defendant accusing Ms. Menifee of being unfaithful. And he was mad about it on the day that she terminated the relationship, and he killed a coworker who he had been alleging she'd been having affairs with different coworkers. It's that simple. Then there was the MARTA response in the investigation. You've heard about Ms. Little. You've heard about the response from Officer Marthone. And you've heard about the different aspects of the investigation that investigator Starow did throughout the day of and the days following the homicide. And defense counsel yesterday said that Detective Snyder should be ashamed that his investigation was incomplete, had a lot to say in regards to the investigation of Detective Starow. But the fact of the matter is, ladies and gentlemen, if it was a one-track, use the video surveillance, I got the identification like she said, and he would have stopped at the original video surveillance that he was able to get on the day of the homicide in regards to the shooting and the backtrack. But he didn't. He contacted members of the Chandler Police Department, Abby Bell, had the facial recognition software used, which came back with the identity of Xavier Mosley. He could have stopped there, but he didn't, because he had the identification, according to the facial recognition software, that the person who shot Mr. Mathis was Xavier Mosley. But he kept going. He did research into the background of Xavier Mosley, and he found that he was being supervised by Officer Williams. And he went a step further, contacted Officer Williams, who told you he had been in contact with the defendant for over a year and had met with him at least 2 to 3 times a month during that year, and asked him if he recognized the person in the photo. And Officer Williams and Detective Starow told you, he immediately said it was Xavier Mosley. So he did all the additional steps that required that many people would have stopped at. According to the defense counsel, that he immediately saw the video and made up his mind. But we know that's not true, because he kept going. He kept taking steps as it relates to his investigation to make sure that he got it right, which is what he told you. Then you heard from the experts in this case. You heard from Dr. Karen Sullivan, who told you the cause of death was gunshot wounds to the torso, the elbow, manner of death, it's homicide. She told you exactly what Michael Thompson told you, that the defendant stood over the victim, whether he was seated on the ground, and shot him. She told you the trajectory was left to right and downward. Downward indicates someone is standing over you. That's how you have a downward trajectory. Then you heard from the GBI firearms examiner, excuse my misspelling, I apologize, Kelsey Nash. And she told you that the cartridge casings and the bullets from the autopsy were a match to the firearm that was found hidden in the blue bin in the attic where the defendant had been hiding, according to him, for 48 straight hours. Now, how do we know all of the facts and all of the testimony, all of the evidence prove that the defendant is guilty beyond reasonable doubt? Because the evidence and the testimony and the evidence corroborates each other. They tell you the same ultimate conclusion, that this defendant is guilty beyond reasonable doubt. With the no weapon found at the crime scene, which is all the testimony that was told to you by people who first encountered the victim. The videos show the defendant stand and tower over the victim and shoot him. And again, that's corroborated by Dr. Sullivan. Their testimony that there were no known issues between the defendant and Mr. Mathis. You heard that from Ms. Menifee. You heard that from Mr. Bruce. You heard that from the defendant's own eye. And you have video evidence that corroborates that. What do I mean by that? I mean, at age 27, Mr. Mathis and Mr. Mosley sit down on that bench and for 31 minutes have a cordial conversation, just like the defendant described their relationship. That's how you know there was no issues. If there was prior beef, prior issues, conflict, two people who have such a conflict don't sit next to each other at a huge bus station, at a huge transit center. That doesn't make sense. That's not reasonable. It's not logical. You all have common sense. We asked you during voir dire, if you could use that common sense, if you could weigh the facts and the evidence applied to the law. We ask that you use your common sense. Did you do that? And when you do that, it's clear that there was no issue. That the video corroborates that. And then the defendant's conduct. So I want to talk about some of the things the defendant did and what the defendant didn't do. Now, absolutely before, during, and after, there's no report by this defendant in regards to any conflict between him and Mr. Mosley. Nothing at all. Before the shooting, he's a convicted felon who is constantly carrying a firearm. During, he gets up from the bed that we talked about and executes the victim, Mr. Mathis, in this case. After, there's still no report of any conflict, no report that he was acting in self-defense, that he was protecting himself from serious bodily injury or death, nothing. Instead, after you've got evidence of consciousness of guilt, the defendant didn't stay on the scene, he didn't call 911, he didn't call anyone to tell them that he had to protect himself on August 11th. He fled the scene, he was found hiding in the attic, he hid the gun, and he tells Detective Starow that the relationship between him and Mr. Mathis was cordial. And I say that, I've said it over and over again, because yesterday, Ms. Wood said several times that Detective Starow didn't go to Tip Top. Detective Starow didn't go talk to the friends and family of the defendant, of Mr. Mathis. Why would he? Think to yourself, why would he? He had the source, the defendant, tell him there was no issue. You can't go searching for something where the other party, the source, tells you it doesn't exist. That doesn't make sense. Why would you search for something that you were told did not exist? If there was a conflict between this defendant and this victim, if this defendant was having to defend himself from serious bodily injury or death, you better believe he would have told the detective on August 14th. He didn't, because he knew if he did, the detective was going to do his job, and he was going to follow up on the things that he said. So he said the relationship was cordial. So he didn't. So he couldn't at that moment get caught in a lie. Again, no report before, during, and after. Doesn't tell anyone. You heard about the statement that he gave on August 14th, 2014, after he is eventually removed from the attic. And he talks about how he knew Mr. Mathis. He talks about that he was starting his job in March of 2023. But again, the key thing is he says the relationship is cordial. And you hear on that video, Detective Starow say, after the defendant says cordial, he says, oh, okay, so it's cordial, it's cool. So you never had an issue with him or anything. And you hear the defendant say, no. There's his opportunity. But he says no. Then we hear the testimony of the defendant yesterday. We all heard it for the first time, sitting in the courtroom together. And we heard on direct that the defendant said that Mr. Mathis was a cool guy, he had no issues with him, they were able to relate, that they had been sitting for about 15 minutes, is what he told Ms. Wood. And that's when Mr. Mathis briefly flashed an object from his book bag, but he told you as he sat there on the record, he didn't see what the object was, he had no idea what it was. He then asked, the defendant said the victim asked something about getting robbed, the possibility of getting robbed at work, and then followed up with the possibility of getting assaulted at work. He then told us after these questions about getting robbed or assaulted, then this bounty came up, and he told us at the beginning of his testimony on direct about this bounty, that the bounty started at work, and that the bounty was taken out by people at Tip Top, And that's when he told us on direct. He then told us that the conversation kind of ceased between him and Mr. Mathis. But then Mr. Mathis began kind of muttering under his breath and muttering things that made him feel uneasy, that made him feel nervous. And he felt so uneasy that he stood up and shot Mr. Mathis and said he didn't want to shoot Mr. Mathis. Then he told us about being in the attic, and he literally said he fled from the scene and he stayed in the attic for 48 straight hours is what he told you on direct. Then on cross, that changed. Things changed, things were added, things changed, were added. And he said he shot Mr. Mathis, obviously with the gun that we found in the attic. He told us that. But at that point, he had heard the testimony of Kelsey Nash. So he couldn't say anything different because he knew at that point that the shell casings and the projectiles removed from Mr. Mathis came from the gun that was seized from his home in the blue bin. He admitted that it was him with the clothing, and that all the clothing was his. And then I asked him about the attic. And I wasn't trying to be graphic or vulgar, but I asked, in the photographs, it's clear that he had to come down because it didn't look like he had, used the facilities up there because there wasn't any, and it wasn't everywhere. And at that point, he said, "Oh, well, I have free reign in my house. It's my house, and I have free reign." Clearly, that he didn't stay in the attic like he told you on direct for 48 straight hours. He went into that attic when the police arrived at his home the early morning of August 14th of 2024. Then asked him about this bounty. At one point, he told me I was threatening, that I could be somebody who was trying to fulfill the bounty. Confused by that. But then we started talking more about the bounty. And as we started talking more about the bounty, it became less about the bounty was something that someone at work had put on his head for $50,000. He then decided to say that the bounty was something that came about as he was leaving prison in November of 2022. Changing the story again as to when the bounty and who the bounty had been taken out by. And then I further asked him because he said the only reason he got the firearm 8 months earlier was again about the bounty that he found out about at work. Well, 8 months earlier is in November of 2022. We're in 2023 because he started working at TikTok at March of 2024. And I bring that to your attention. I know it sounds crazy and I know it sounds confusing, but it was. And it sounds crazy and it's confusing because they're all lies. He can't keep track of the lies that he's telling. And as he sat there before you, as I was asking him questions, which he found threatening, it's because he couldn't come up with the answers that made sense quick enough. And that's because when you're not telling the truth, it's hard to remember all the lies you told earlier. You can't keep the lies straight because you can't remember the lies that you told. And he kept digging the hole deeper. That's the point. That's why I kept asking about the bounty. I know I beat a dead horse over and over again a couple times as it relates to the bounty and him being in the attic, but I did that so you could see the lies that he was willing to sit before each and every one that you can tell. And we talked about this as it relates to what's said on the direct about the flashing of the item 15 minutes into sitting on the bench, and then how that evolved on cross with a gun coming out of the bag, being hidden by a phone. And we couldn't see that because the column was blocking or in the way of the things that were described, which is what Ms. Wood told you during closing. Would say that's true. Would say that all of this happened behind the balcony. The balcony, or excuse me, the pole, the column. The pole and the column only obscures the views. It doesn't eat up evidence. Evidence doesn't get absorbed into the columns. If what he said was true, there would be a gun and a phone on the floor near his column. But there wasn't. And it's not because the column somehow absorbed it. It's because it didn't exist. is because he lied. Because if the column was absorbing evidence, it would have absorbed the shoe that was right next to it from the victim where it fell. As he was shot and rolled in agony and pain, wondering why on the floor. You cannot see what's not real. Ms. Wood kept saying that you can't see things, look for things that aren't presented to you. Well, things can't be presented to you that don't exist. That's what they wanted the state to present. Things that don't exist, things that didn't happen. And unless something's changed, there's no magic that allows anyone to present things that didn't happen and that don't exist. And all of that was their defense tactic. Their tactic is to distract you, to send you on detours, and derail you from actually seeing what's straight in front of you. You heard Mr. Rao, and you heard Ms. Wood talk about cereal and grocery store honeycombs and on the box or the front of the cover. And then Ms. Wood talked about inside the box is could be, I guess, bugs, I think she said. But what the defense wants you to do is dump the honeycombs onto the ground, see honeycombs, look at the honeycombs, then look at the state and say they're Fruit Loops. That's what they want you to do. They want you to ignore what is right in front of you and think it's something different. That's what the defendant tried to do to you yesterday. He tried to take you on the detours, derail you from seeing the facts and the evidence, and the fact that he shot and killed Mr. Mathis in cold blood. Ms. Wood, towards the end of her closing, talked to you as part of the defense closing about the knife, which we've talked about. It's not relevant because the defendant didn't know it existed. How could anyone be hiding anything from anyone when he included it in his property and evidence report? How do you hide something that you record? It wasn't presented to you because it wasn't relevant. The defendant didn't know about it. We talked a little bit about how Detective Steele should be ashamed. But what Detective Steele actually was able to do, in the state's opinion, was find a needle in a haystack.
Oh, this guy is
again.
guilty as fuck.
He was able to go through hours and days of video surveillance and find the defendant in the plaid shirt, find the defendant using the grease car. He told you that he looked for all the angles of the shooting on August 11th, and there was only one. He told you that. Defense counsel wants you to believe that there were other angles that he didn't get. But he told you as he sat there, he attempted to get every angle, and he did it. That was the only angle that actually captured the bus loop where the shooting occurred. He didn't do a very good investigation because he asked for assistance or help because he had been up for 24 straight hours. So members of his team went to Tip Top, and it was a shameful act for not going to Tip Top himself days after. But again, he had spoken to the defendant who said there was no conflict. So why would he? And then the defense counsel said that what the defendant told you yesterday, he's been saying since day one. Day one, he's been saying self-defense. Well, day one, he didn't say anything. He fled. Day two, according to him, he was in the attic. Day three, still in the attic, 48 hours. Then day four is when he's found in the attic by the Atlanta Police Department. And he's interviewed by Marta. And what he tells Marta, not that it was self-defense, not that he felt threatened, not that he felt as if he was about to receive serious bodily injury or death, but that the relationship between him and Mr. Mathis was cordial. So day one, he's not saying self-defense. Day 319, which was yesterday, that's the first time any of us heard that this defendant was acting in self-defense. Day 319.
Yep.
We talked about some of the things the defense counsel has said about what you don't see. And the reason is you don't see them is because they don't exist. There is no gun. The only words you can use to describe what this defendant did on August 11th, 2024, is he did it. He made conscious, deliberate, and intentional decisions that day. And those decisions led to the death, the untimely death of Mr. Mathis, ending his life, taking him away from his family, taking him away from his job. For what? Mr. Mathis didn't know. The last thing he wanted to know, as this defendant made these conscious, deliberate, and intentional decisions that took his life in seconds, was why. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for your time. I know at times it seemed as if we were wasting time because technology wasn't working. We tried to warn you at the beginning about that. But this defendant wants you to not see what is directly in front of you. This defendant wants you to ignore everything that you saw so he can escape accountability. You, ladies and gentlemen, are the last body of people that are standing between this defendant and holding him accountable. And what will hold him accountable is that after you go back into the deliberation room, and you deliberate, you return with the only verdict that speaks the truth, the only verdict that holds this defendant accountable, the only verdict that gets justice for the murder of Mr. Max. And that verdict won't be something the defendant doesn't already know to be true. And that's this defendant is guilty of all counts. He's guilty of murder. He's guilty of all 3 counts of felony murder. He's guilty of aggravated assault. The 2 counts of possession of a firearm by a convicted felon under the 131 statute. And he's guilty of the last possession of a firearm count under 133. I thank you for your time. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Abate. Ladies and gentlemen, if you want to stand for a second, you can. We're not going to take a break before I give you the charge. The charge is about 15 minutes.
Yeah, we are not going to listen to the charge. And then at around here, deliberations begin. You would assume they were back within the hour. They weren't. You would assume they were back within 2 hours. And they kind of were, with questions.
Versus Mosley. Ms. Rivers, are you ready? We are back on the record in State versus Mosley. Mr. Mosley is in court with his lawyers. The prosecutors are here. And the jurors got Deputy Gordon 2 notes. The first says 1, CCTV of gentlemen sitting on bench. And the second one says 2, body cam of Officer Marth phone. I am interpreting these as a request to watch the video. And my suggestion is we ask Deputy Gordon to...
Sorry, folks. Jesus. Ow. Mr. Jingles just jabbed me with his claws right into the shoulder. Ow. For fuck's sake. Jesus. Ouch. Sorry. Let's go back a bit.
CCTV of gentlemen sitting on bench. And the second one says 2, body cam of Officer Marth phone. I am interpreting these as a request to watch the video. And my suggestion is we ask Deputy Gordon to ask the jurors if they want to watch the entirety of the MARTA video where Mr. Mathis and Mr. Mosley are sitting on the bench, or just a little snippet. And if they say the entirety, then we will get them a means of playing it and reviewing it in the jury room, rather than we all sit out here for the 40 minutes of the MARTA video and whatever the duration of Officer Marthone's body cam is. Mr. Abadi, any issue with that? Ms. Wood?
No.
Okay, you comfortable asking them, did they want to watch the whole MARTA video or just a little piece of it? And they can do either one, that'll impact where they are. Thanks.
The entire.
The whole thing, okay. Then, are there other videos? Because it's easiest if you just put everything on a thumb drive, then so we're clear on the record, there is in the jury room, a monitor about this size that has a little computer attached to it that has on it only, has no internet access, and it has on it only video and audio playback software. And so in previous trials, what we've done is put all of the video evidence, defense and state, whatever it is, onto a thumb drive, push that onto the desktop of that computer, and then they can play it and discuss it any way they want. And I'm just not remembering what, I know there is the statement that Mr. Mosley gave to the detective. There's Marthone's video, and then I guess there's buses and trains. I don't think we need all that. I think it would just be, why don't we just give them these two things? Because that's what they asked for. If they ask for more, we can work through that.
Okay.
All right, Ms. Wood, that work for you?
That works for me, Jay.
All right. And you'll get your thumb drive back.
Okay.
So that was what they wanted to see.
Get it.
What would Mr. Sprinkle have testified to?
Oh, was Mr. Sprinkle involved in this? Huh.
And Detective Hunter?
He was involved with getting Miss Bell from Chambly. He was the connect.
Got it.
I like Mr. Sprinkle. He might not. He answers questions in the YSL trial during the voir dire, and while he testified. Yeah, of course he is biased for the prosecution, but he answered every question without trying to flower it up. Okay. All right. And they fixed all of that. And then they went back to deliberating. They went back to deliberating for another hour or so. Hour and a half. And then they came back.
Deputy Gordon's going to get it. State the verdict. Mr. Mosley is in court with his lawyers. We have our prosecutors. And I'm ready for the jurors to come in. Mr. Abate, anything from the state before the jurors return?
There.
Ms. Wood,
Mayor,
let's bring the jury in, please.
Yeah, they took roughly 3.5 hours, maybe even 4 hours, which is a lot longer than I suspected. But it also means they took their job serious.
Rounds with the jury.
Red hair lady is the defense attorney, not the prosecutor. Hi, JK.
All jurors are present and accounted for.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. Everyone should be seated, please. One of you is the foreperson. You are the foreperson. Have you reached a verdict with you and your 11 colleagues?
Yes, we did.
Was it a unanimous verdict?
It was unanimous.
And have you signed the verdict form?
Yes, sir.
All right, if you could give it to Deputy Gordon, please. All right, sir. I'm going to ask you to do what we call publishing the verdict. So if you would stand and read the verdict into the record, you don't have to read the stuff at the top. You can just start with count one because we know what case we're here for.
So we, the jury, on count one of murder, we find the defendant guilty. On count two, felony murder and aggravated assault, we find the defendant guilty. On count three, felony murder, possession of firearms, count seven, we find the defendant guilty. Count four, felony murder, possession of firearms, count eight, we find the defendant guilty. On count five, aggravated assault, we find the defendant guilty. On count six, the possession of firearm during commission of felony, we find the defendant guilty. On count seven, possession of firearm by a convicted felon, we find the defendant guilty. On count eight, possession of firearm by a convicted felon, we find the defendant guilty. On count nine, possession of firearm by a convicted felon, we find the defendant guilty.
Thank you. Deputy Gordon, if you would get the verdict form to the prosecution and then to Ms. Wood.
Want to hear it again? Or are you satisfied? Now they're only checking so everything is...
Mr. Abadi, any objection to the form of the verdict? Thank you. Ms. Wood, any objection to the form of the verdict?
no objection.
Mr. Abadi, any reason I cannot excuse or release the jury at this point? Ms. Wood, anything else?
I'd like to poll the jury.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, polling the jury simply means confirming that this verdict was the verdict of each of the 12 of you. So what I'm going to do is call you one by one and ask each of you the same 3 questions. If when I call your name, you would answer those questions, I would appreciate it. And we start with Ms. Wills. Ms. Wills, was the verdict that we heard out here your verdict in the jury room? Did you freely and voluntarily enter into it? Is it still your verdict? Thank you. Mr. Bayona, was the verdict read here your verdict in the jury room? And did you freely and voluntarily join that verdict? Does it remain your verdict? Thank you. Ms. Mammon, was the verdict read here your verdict in the jury room? Did you freely and voluntarily enter into that verdict? Is it still your verdict?
No, Dave,
Thank
he was
you.
not acquitted.
Mr. Britton, was the verdict read here in court your verdict in the jury room?
Yes.
Did you freely and voluntarily enter into that?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Bolton, was the verdict that you heard read in court your verdict in the jury room?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is that something you freely and voluntarily entered into?
Your Honor.
Does it remain your verdict?
Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Suggs, was the verdict read here in court your verdict in the jury room?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you freely and voluntarily enter into it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Thompson, was the verdict read in court, your verdict back in the jury room?
Yes, sir.
And is that something you freely and voluntarily entered into? And is it still your verdict?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Moore, was the verdict read here in court, your verdict in the jury room?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you freely and voluntarily enter into it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Does it remain your verdict?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Hilton, was the verdict you heard in court your verdict in the jury room?
Yes, Your Honor.
And did you freely and voluntarily enter into that? Is it still your verdict? Thank you. Juror Harrison, our foreperson, was the verdict that you read in court your verdict back in the jury room?
Yes, sir.
And did you freely and voluntarily enter into it?
Yes, sir.
Does it remain your verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Is it Malley or Maley? Mr. Maley, was the verdict you heard in court your verdict in the jury room?
Damn long you're.
Is that something you freely and voluntarily entered into?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yeah.
And last but not least, Mr. Hanks, was the verdict you heard in court your verdict in the jury room?
Yes, sir.
And did you freely and voluntarily enter into that?
Yes, sir.
Is that verdict still your verdict?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the litigants in this case and members of our community, our shared community, I want to thank you for this week. You've given us a week of your life to resolve an important issue for Mr. Mathis, for Marta, for Mr. Mosley, and a number of other people who were involved. And it wouldn't have happened without your commitment to the process. So thank you for that. I'm going to ask you to retire to the jury room. In a moment, you will be reunited with your two alternates, your electronic devices, a letter saying you've been here all week. And I'm going to come back and thank you again and talk to you about a couple things, and then you'll be able to be on your way. Thank you so much.
All right, jurors.
All right, let's see if they go directly to sentencing. I don't think they will.
Perspective as to when we ought to do the sentencing for Mr. Mosley.
I believe that the discretion of the court today is fine with the state.
Okay, I just wasn't sure if there were family members. I'm not clear on whether there'd been family members here or if they wanted to be present for a sentencing.
Mr. Max's father and sister are both present.
Okay. Ms. Wood, any objection to handling sentencing today?
No objection.
Okay, then we'll do that. I'm gonna talk with the jurors real briefly. I'll let them know that they're welcome to stay, in particular if they want to.
Let's get to it.
Versus Mosley. We have Mr. Mosley out here, and it is time to talk about sentencing. Mr. Abate, I'm ready to hear from the state as to your recommendation, anything you want to add, and if any of Mr. Mathis's family members want to be heard. Of course, I'm happy to hear from them.
Yes, Judge.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Judge. As it relates to Mr. Mosley and sentencing, the state did file on April 10th this year a recidivist notice where Mr. Mosley is both an A and B offender. The fact that he is an offender under 1710(7)(b) requires that he receive a life without the possibility of parole sentence as it relates to count 1 murder. Counts 2, 3, and 4 would all vacate by operation of law. Count 5, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, would merge with count 1. Count 6, possession of a firearm or the commission of a felony, would merge with count 8. Count 7, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, would merge also with count 8. count 8, which is the possession of a firearm by a convicted felon under OCGA 1611-133. The recommendation from the state is 15 years to serve consecutive to the life without possibility of parole sentence. And then the last count, count 9, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, be 10 years to serve concurrent with count 8, Your Honor.
All right.
Both Mr. Mathis's father as well as his sister, we spoke with them. They just wanted the court to know that they'd be present, but they did not want to make any further statements.
Okay. I appreciate that you are here. I'm very sorry for your loss. And I'm glad that you were able to see that justice was done and that this is not a life forgotten, but one for which the state pursued what it needed to pursue. And hopefully this brings some small measure of closure. It certainly doesn't bring anyone back, but it marks at least a step in the direction of fully appreciating the loss that occurred. So I appreciate you all being here. Ms. Wood, first, do you agree with how the sentence needs to be structured?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and what is your recommendation?
I understand the law, Judge, so I understand there's not much for me to argue here. I would just let the court know that I have filed the appropriate paperwork to begin the next step in Mr. Mosley's process, and I would like the court to know that he has had family members here as well this week.
Okay, and the record should reflect that. I know we took one break and Mr. Mosley was able to confer with his sister about some of the decisions he needed to make in this case, and he has had family here throughout. Mr. Mosley, this is your sentencing, and so you have a right to speak if there's anything you want to say. I know at one point when you were up on the witness stand, you asked if there was something you could add. This may not be the time you want to do that, but I want to give you an opportunity to share with me anything that you want to share.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
I'd like to state that I am innocent. I still believe to the best of my knowledge that I did everything to save my life. I'm sorry for the loss of the family, but I was placed in a situation where I had to choose my life or his life. And
He was unarmed, you jackass.
I did not murder him. I'm innocent.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mosley. Mr. Mosley, I know that the jury very, very carefully considered the evidence in the case and wrestled with this defense of self-defense. They have delivered the verdict that reflected their careful and thoughtful analysis of the evidence, which included no weapon being recovered on the ground or anywhere near Mr. Mathis, other than a black knife of unknown dimensions inside a zipped backpack. You are entitled to your view on this, but we're moving forward with the verdict that was unanimous and handed down. Your sentence on count 1 is required to be life without parole, given your criminal history. Counts 2, 3, and 4 are vacated by operation of law. Count 5 merges into count 1. Count 6 merges into count 8, similar with count 7. Count 8 must be 15 years to serve. That will run consecutive to count 1. And count 9 will be 10 years to serve. That will be concurrent with count 1. So that's a total sentence of life without parole plus 15 years. Mr. Mosley, you have a right to seek what we call post-judgment relief. That comes in 3 forms. One is a motion for new trial. Ms. Wood has, it sounds like, already filed that. And if it hasn't hit the docket yet, it will soon. That's an opportunity for a lawyer other than Ms. Wood to review the record of this trial, to see if I made errors, if your lawyers were deficient in any way, if the prosecution did something inconsistent with the law. And a lawyer will be appointed to represent you for that motion for new trial proceeding. That will be argued in front of me once the trial transcript is complete. If I deny the motion for new trial, you will have the right to appeal your conviction and sentence to the Supreme Court of Georgia. The same lawyer who handles your motion for new trial will handle that appeal to the Supreme Court. Then if that doesn't go well for you, you also have the right to file what is called a...
Yeah, we don't need the rest here, folks. We don't need the rest of that. Mr. Mosley, rightfully, will spend the rest of his life in prison. Life without parole plus 15 years, just to make sure. So, to the family of Mr. Mathis, on behalf of myself and my viewers, we are sorry for your loss. And we know your relative did not deserve this. Nobody does. Nobody deserves what happened to him. Nobody deserves to just sit waiting for a bus, talking to a coworker who then, for some reason, snaps. Nobody deserves that. This trial was the one thing that society can give you. Putting that man behind bars for the rest of his life. I don't know if you're contemplating civil suits, but I don't think that Mr. Mosley owned anything. I hope you take care of yourselves and move on from this. And remember, Mr. Mosley, Mr. Mathis, for the good times you had with him, not how you ended. And with that, folks, 4 hours streaming, and I don't feel like doing something fun right now, like reading idiot tweets and stuff. So I'm just going to close this down, and I'm going to hand you over to Torin. Torin is doing his puzzle or micro locking blocks. He's making a sculpture, and it is a bit ASMR. So I'm going to send you over to him to continue this Saturday evening. You all have a good one from me and Mr. Jingles, even though he tried to stab me in the back. You all have a good one, and I will see you Monday in the next stream or video. Everybody, again, thank you. Thank you for the super sticker. And yeah. Ooh! I almost forgot. Sorry, folks. I almost forgot. I made a new song. No? Oh, for freak's sake. There it is. No!
Yeah.
No, that's still not. Suno! Suno! For freak's sake. Create. There.
Yeah. Courtroom buzzing, Mr. Mosley on the dock. Sweating bullets fly thicker than a cinder block. 50 grand bounty, blood money in his hand. Mathis in the dirt, truth buried in the sand. Perjury flowing, his words a crooked river. But justice got a blade, cold steel, it'll liver. No alibi strong enough to shield the stain. Mathis ghost whispering, feel my pain. Cold blood can't hide the truth and the lies. The stand ain't a stage, you can't improvise. 50 stacks ain't enough to cleanse your sins. Karma knocking Mosley, where you begin. Gavel hits, but the echoes feel hollow. Truth trail faded, but the reaper gon' follow. Slick tongue devil with a suit and a tie, but the mirror shows a killer who can't deny. Cuffs clink, Mosley blink, the walls close in. Mathis voice in the wind, this ain't the end. No escape from the weight of a soul gone black. The lies you spit just lead you back. The judge ain't blind, though the scales tip lean. 50 G's in blood cash, can't keep hands clean. The jury's eyes pierced, see the guilt in his bones. Mosley trapped in a cell, he built on his own.
Good night, folks.